Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
Well, welcome to VP4 TV. We're back here for a double header today in the VP4 10 Ball World Championship. We've got two matches. One is a one-loss side. That's the first match of the day, which starts in about 10 minutes time. And it's a one-loss side match between Mr. Bill from the USA and Cobra from the UK in a race to 13. And that should take us pretty close. There might be an interval, depending obviously how the first match goes, but it should take us reasonably close to the start time for the main winner's side match tonight, which is a round 5 match, race to 17, between REELPOLANDPOWER Stub, as we call him, from the USA, and Barkers, who I think is representing England. It might be the UK, I'm not sure. But that is going to go ahead at 8 o'clock British summer time. And, well, we had a great match last night on the one-loss side. Match between Fast Eddie from the States and Bedhead from Sweden. And Fast Eddie, well, lived up to his name. He got the start that he wanted, built up a healthy lead, was leading by, I think it was 11-7. Bedhead managed to get his way back in it, and well, battled all the way. Full credit on that one, and actually took it to a final rack decider to ask Eddie the question if he could win the match on his break. And Eddie stepped up to the plate and broke and ran the final rack to clinch the match. So it was a great match. Some great jump shots from Fast Eddie, the one player who's dared to not only use the playing cue to play jump shots, but actually to put in a bit of work and time to perfect his jump shot. And he played 3 great jump shots in that match last night. Bedhead wasn't even interested in attempting them. It might have been the one thing that made the slight difference in the end. And it has put Fast Eddie in amongst the fight to win this thing, because he should, I said at the time, he should have no fear regardless who he's going to be playing, because if he plays to the similar standard, which he will have to, you know, he can't slip below the standards that he kept for pretty much most of that match last night. He can't slip below that for the remainder of his time in this tournament, or it might be short, because it'd be safe to say that all the other contenders left in this tournament are looking to step up. So there won't be any easy matches from here on in. And the one thing about Eddie is he's taken out 2 big scalps. He's taken out 1 Pocket Slim. He's also took out Bedhead, one of the main contenders for the tournament. So he's got himself in a good place. And also, he is lying in wait for the loser of that winner's side match tonight, the one between Stubb and Barkers. So we've got that to look forward to. Now here's hoping that that Barker shows up. The rumour was that what was told is he was busy, maybe up until and over the weekend, refereeing, or I think he was refereeing in a snooker tournament or something. I'm not sure. But good afternoon, good evening to Popman. Welcome to Dwight. And I sat and watched the whole of that match again when I got home from work this afternoon. I sat and watched it all, and I've got links for all the 3 jump shots that Eddie executed and also put away. So he did. And well, I did advise everybody to go back and look at the match. I certainly watched every bit of it. And, Bedhead did great to actually hang on and fight back to the bitter end. But Eddie controlled that final rack, held his nerve, and did what was asked of him. And he deserves all the credit for it. Stubbs yapping away in the lobby, as usual. Still with this supposed broken caps lock button. I'll believe that when I see it. But anyway, well, we're looking for predictions for this first match. Welcome to Wit. Well, he's played jump shots that nobody else has dared take on. But as I said also last night, I wonder how many players left in the tournament are going to look at that match and realise that the jump option is a weapon that can be used if you work on it and spend a bit of time on it. The interesting thing is, in the challenge room earlier on today when I got home, Bill was in there, Cobra was in there, I can't remember who else was in there. Past Eddie was in there as well. Bill said he was asking Eddie for some inside information on on how he's mastered this jump with the playing cue. So the interesting thing is whether Bill has gone away and maybe worked on that a little bit, and we'll see if there's going to be any evidence of that in this upcoming match. So that's something to look out for. And I think that Eddie might have actually called every remaining player left in the tournament to raise their game and try and bring that jump option into their arsenal. Because quite clearly Eddie's not phased at actually attempting to use it, and he's been very successful with it. So that's one thing I'm going to keep an eye on, is to see who's going to have the bottle, and more so who's actually spent a bit of time trying to copy that method, and whether they're going to gain anything from it, we will see. So we are about 2 minutes away. I think it's pretty much safe to say that Bill and Cobra have been in and out, I think, most of the day, getting plenty of table time. So Cobra's still in a room on his own. He's practicing away. Bill's sitting there in the chat, just waiting in the room going up. Now, quick check. I've had no mention again from Steve that he intends to be here, so I've had a quick look in Discord. No sign of him. So once again, if he decides to come along, he may well come into the channel, and then we'll be aware that he's there. Right, it is almost time. So we are all prepared, all set to go. Welcome to Brain Fill Out, and welcome everybody else that might be watching. What the hell is Stubb rabbiting on about? He's definitely in his he's in his own little world. So he is. Quick tab out again to have a quick look. No sign. And I think we'll leave it at that and see how things go. So I haven't seen any predictions yet for this match between Mr. Bill and Cobra. Come on, we want to see. We want to see something. Well, the first thing is I just hope Barker shows up. I hope. I mean, I presume he agreed the time. He's obviously agreed the time. And if he's agreed the time, the assumption is that he's going to be free within that time slot. So I hope he does show up. Stubbs predicted 13-11 to Bill. Mark's calling 13-10 to Cobra. I'll say 13-11 to Cobra. But again, we all know the factors that will play into that. They're probably lagging off. The room's up. I'm sitting here daydreaming. We probably missed a lag. Yeah, the lag has probably just been completed and Cobra has won it. Well, Witt's going for a bigger margin. And this one straight away looks dry for Cobra, and Bill has a chance straight away here. And the only thing that's going to cause him a problem we can see, and it's going to be that issue there. If we can get my little doodle to work, that's your problem. The 8 and 9 are locked up. And well, a great shot here would be to run into that 8 and 9 and hold for the 3 in the side. And I mean, he could have had a go at that there, and if he had maybe went down the back and come out, he still may well have had a shot in the 3. It was a bit risky, but he's still got an angle there, and he's used it to break them out. The problem being, though, he's not great in the 4. But this will be the clincher. Well, Bill's going the other way. He's playing the cut onto the 6. Needs to watch the cue ball, though, here. He needs to be careful. And he's actually overcut it. And I think that is Bill's chance come and gone. Now, where's this 4 ball ended up? Because that's the one thing that's ran way loose there. And this is a very thin cut on this 4. And he doesn't want to bump into the 10 if he can help it. In fact, it looks as if it's so thin that he might hit the 10 and the 5. Like that. And that's made it slightly more awkward because the 8 ball is not quite as accessible as it was 30 seconds ago. So, now what does Cobra do? Because he's pretty straight in this 7 ball. There's not a lot he can do. He's looking to come back 2 or 3 inches and leave a dodgy cut on this 8 ball. I don't think he can try anything else. Now, he may try and tweak the cue ball to get a bump in the 10 here to hold for the 9. Because if he cuts the 8 and tries to come back across. It might go wrong. And that's excellent. That's exactly what was required. Quick look at the 9. It's off the rail. But that was the shot. Get the bump on that 10 ball. Hold for the 9. And now he doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball. Cue ball's heading in the right direction for the 10. Well, Bill had his chance. And I've said it before, you know, you're going to get chances, but you must put them away. Whether they be easy or a wee bit more difficult, you've got to find a way out, because you're going to find that the punishment is severe when you don't do it. And Bill's got a chance to redeem himself, because that was on Cobra's break. And the 3 ball has gone in, the 1 ball is awkward. And this can be the frustrating part of this as well, where you're getting a break, you're getting a ball in the break, but things don't finish comfortable, and you have to produce a shot straight away to stay at the table. Oh, well, it did everything but go in. And this has got to go up and down. I mean, it's a big, big target, this 1 ball. Is he going to try and chip it around the jaw? This is dodgy as well. I mean, he could go easily up and down and knock this in. There's no knowing where the cue ball's really going to finish here with either shot. He's looking at catching the knuckle and chipping the 1. But I much prefer the up and down, because it's a much bigger target. You've got much more leeway to hit this, but he's got to hope that the cue ball gets out of there. And that's the problem. That was always the problem. Those 3 balls guarding the track of the cue ball away from that corner. Well, it's not a simple table, the way that the 7 and the 6 are set up top. Now, that the 6 and 7 may well be a pretty much dead set combo. I mean, well, I would assume Bill's already had a look at that, and he's looked at it. So we've got a reasonable idea of where he might be going here. And it's all going to hinge how well he is on that 5 ball, so that he can drop nicely onto that 6-7 combo. And if he gets straightish on it, he can't miss it. Welcome to Spectre. This hasn't gone far enough. Now, I don't know. Let's have a look and see what the angle's like. He's going dangerously close to that 10 ball. And what you would want to normally do is cut that in. I mean, it's actually a lot thinner a cut than it looks as well. That's the other issue. He can try dinking it in and missing the 10 and coming up, I think. I think he's got enough. He's trying to drag the pace off it. He hasn't quite got into it enough. Just overhit it. But if you play the pot, and all you have to do with this is worry about the 6. You don't have to worry about the 7. Because if you've got the potting angle on the 6, then the laws of physics say it has to hit that 7 and go straight in anyway. You know, you've just got to get the line on the 6. And it was fairly straightforward anyway. So now the rest is up to Bill. It's all fairly simple. And he's finished dead straight again, I think. No, well, he's got a very slight angle. He can thump this in or drop through the short side. Well, I know where I'd be going. I'd have a little bit of right on it, just a little tad to help the cue ball that way. But watch the side pocket though when you put English on it. Welcome to Tommy. I take it everybody's happy with the stream again. The audio is coming through loud and clear. Picture's okay, no complaints. So we're one rack all. We'll see this this break. And I thought that 2 ball was gonna kiss the 8. Is that the 8 ball that's right in the pocket? Or is it the 4? It's the 4. I thought that 2 ball was gonna catch it there. Just give me a sec. Well, I think we can take it that Steve's either forgotten that these matches are on or he's too busy. Well, the match we've got, it should tell you in the stream info. The next match is Stubb against Barkers in 2 hours' time. And that's the winner's side match, a round 5 match, race to 17. So it's going to be a long night. Well, that was poor touch there from Cobra. He's overhit that by a foot because he was trying to dink behind the 10 and 2 there. He might have been trying to run into the 10 and he's come round the back of it and it's exposed the 1 ball. And Bill, now again, this is a perfect scenario. In situations like this, you must put them away. And Bill has to keep doing this to keep pressure on Cobra. I think he's gone way too close to the rail and he's dead straight in the 3, I think. No, he isn't. He's got an angle. But he's going to have to jack up if he's going to stun the 3 in and come back across. And if he does, there would be a danger of a scratch in the side. So he's decided to take the bailout shot, and that's fine. There's a nice angle on this 5 just to stun it in and hold for the 6 into the same pocket. Now he needs to come back about a foot, maybe a foot and a half. He wants to not be too straight in this 7. Now if he overhits it slightly, he can have an angle to stun it in and drop onto the 8. If he finishes short like that, then he can stun it in and go to the rail for the 8 in the same pocket. I mean, he could get crazy and go forward, but the danger then is running into the 9 ball. And he's going forward, and he's ran into the 9 ball. Well, I'll tell you something, Bill. You should have seen that coming, because I saw it coming. He should have played the right shot, stun it to the rail and come out, and he wouldn't have had this trouble. And now he's got pressure on himself if he's going to try and cut this into the side or up table. Now, where's the cue ball going? Oh. Well, this is a blind pocket shot. I don't think the scratch is on. I think he's ending up somewhere up here. and he'll have a shot in the 10. And that's fine. But he did it the hard way. And what's more, he's got the advantage of having the break now for rack number 4 with a 2-1 lead. I went and got my dinner last night after that match, and Steve sent me a PM while I was away at dinner that he's updated the stats on the league page if you want to go and have a look at it. He says that, well, I can't remember what he said in the PM, but it was he said he's got the stats fixed and they're working and whatever the dry break percentage and all of that stuff. I haven't looked at it, but it's something for some of you to maybe have a browse at. Welcome to Stub. Stub from the USA. Well, Bill is well and truly locked up here. Now, he's going to try to find a gap between the 2 and the 7 here. This will be some shot. Try and get my doodle to work. He's trying to go that way, that way, that way, and that is unlucky. It was a very narrow window to get that done. So now Cobra is in a pressure situation. He's got the ball in hand as the reward. And, well, it's not the most difficult table. He's nicely in the 2. He can stun the 2 in for the 3. 4 balls wide open up top and the left. And then he's got to get back down on the 5. The 6 is wide open. He doesn't need to really worry a great deal about the 6. Now, well, Cobra's pretty comfortable with the draw shot and getting the pace right, because he'll have to be, because he's dead straight. And again, the pace and the stun draw has got him nailed perfectly in the 5. He couldn't have played that any better. Now he needs to make sure he gets over to the left here. And has again the slight angle in the 7. Like that. And again, that's perfectly fine. So he's not put a foot wrong in this visit. Now he can just drop the 8 in. He'll be fine. Doesn't want to go too high on this 9 though, because that then brings a 10 ball into play. He needs to be careful. And that's fine, because he'll just do a little dig and a little draw off the 9, just to miss the 10. Just like that. Very comfortable shots here for Cobra. And we're back all square. Yeah, well, I'll be first to remind Steve that he's going to have to change the times. He's going to have to do 2 things. He's going to have to change Friday. I don't care about any other tournaments. He's going to have to change Friday night 9 ball for a start. and he'll have to change the leagues, because starting an hour later is no good for me, because that means it's then running to possibly 10:30 at night on a Saturday night when I'm at work on Sunday morning. I'm not having that. It's at the end of the the end of this month that they go back. I'm certain it is. Yeah, is it the last day of the month or the second last day of the month though? Well, here's Bill having a Massey. I don't think is he jumping? No, he tried a little Massey. That didn't work. Oh, the last Sunday of the month, that's about right, yeah. So we'll get one night where we get an extra hour in bed, or you can stay up an hour later. It's more likely that'll be the case for me. So once again, a reminder that this is on Cobra's break anyway, this rack. And again, the table is good. The angle in the 2 is good. I think he can stun past the 10 ball. It needs to open out though, so he doesn't get in line with this 7 ball. And again, very well played. So now the clinchers from the 3 to the 5. It's not just about getting on the 5, it's getting nice on the 5, where you're not interfering with the 10 ball. Well, he took a risk there. If that had any sort of spin on it, it could have dropped right behind the 10, and he's fine. Just a little roll in. Now again, he's either going to have to be out into the table or back to leave the angle in the 7. And that's a bit more than he would like. Now again, he has to go into the gap between the 8 and the 9. I'm trying to say, he's looking as if he's going forward though. And he's missed a 7. He's taken his eye off the pot, trying to get nicely on that 8. And he wasn't risking cutting it in and stunning into the gap and coming out. So it's a mistake from Cobra and Bill, ready to pounce. And Bill's got a hold of the cue ball. Well, once again, just let's look at the angle. He's got a bit of right on it just to bring the cue ball away from the 9. So that's the first error for Cobra. And that is going to cost him. Oh, we got a blue donut there. That's because I'm on the other, well, I was on the other camera setting. So Bill has stolen that one. And now Bill's break to try and increase the gap. 5 ball into the side. And a shot in the 1 into the side. Problems the 7 and 8 ball because they're nowhere near set. Now he could take a risk here and bump them and still have a shot in the 2. I think he's going to have, well, tell a lie, I think he's hooked in the 9. He's hooked. What am I talking about? I'm too busy looking at the shot in the 1 and forgetting the 9 balls in front of him. Well, if he's pushing to there, we know what's happening. He's going to be put right back in. Cobra's not going to even give this a second look. I think it's tricky if he's trying to feather edge it. Yeah, Bill's got the same problem. A feather edge in this one if he's trying to run down into the 8 ball. Very thin edge. But that's the shot. Excellent. And Cobra wasn't brave enough to have a go at it because the edge of the one was there and the shot was on to get that bump in the 8 ball and hold behind the 7. And it could be a big error by Cobra. And that is a missed call. Yeah, Cobra should have taken that shot on because, you know, you could see it. I mean, even me being an umpty, but being a tactical genius, could see that if you play the edge of that 1 ball, the angle going to the rail, the chances are you're going to bump the 8 and hold behind that 7. And I'm very surprised Cobra didn't even spot that and wasn't brave enough to give it a go. And decisions like that might make or break your chances in the match. And that bump in the 9 hasn't done Bill a great deal of harm. Welcome to Chico. And that needs to keep going. The further it goes, the simpler it is. And this is going to be a painful one for Cobra. Well, he decided on the conservative approach there, Cobra. And Bill, having been put back in, played the shot that Cobra should have probably had a go at all the time there. And this is the one that will decide the rack. If Bill can get somewhere decent on the 9, he doesn't really care where, as long as he can see a pocket. And that's running a bit too square. He should still get this, but it's one of them. Don't spend an awful lot of time looking at it. Just look at the angle, see the shot and play it. And he's way off the mark there. I don't know whether he put right English on that, but that is a big blunder by Bill as well. And he's thrown away a gilt edge opportunity there. You would think he was checking the cue ball to try and stop it leaking away too far, but I don't think he really needed to do an awful lot. And Cobra's been let off the hook. Big time. And this is going to come into play, no problem. Well, Cobra's escaped one there. And Bill will be kicking himself. So we're tied up again, 3 racks all. Hang on a wee minute. We'll see the break. I'll do a quick tab. I think I'm probably wasting my time. No Joy. No Joy and no Steve. So Cobra's break was dry. And of course Bill, no sight on the 1 ball. Plays the push out. Cobra's maybe trying to push this 1 behind the 2 and come back over behind the 8 ball into this corner. It looks, let's have a look and see. I don't think he might bump the 2 with the 1 playing it at that angle. It's hard to say. No, he's just tried to thin it. And he's going to be in trouble himself in a second. Because this one's just getting bumped to the rail and out. Well, I think Cobra should be calling the opposite bank here. Well, he's calling it into the side, so I mean, I'm calling the opposite bank. I'm calling that pocket just in case, because the chances are you might hit it full in the face. Well, he's hit it soft. I don't know what he's thinking was there because he's left it on. I suppose the one thing that Cobra can rely on is the fact that the 3 ball's awkward, but I'll tell you something, if Bill pots the 1, which he should do, and pots the 2, he'll have Cobra in trouble in a minute because that 3 ball's getting punched all around the table and the cue ball's getting stuck behind the 9. I'm pretty certain if he stops the cue ball right in that line, he can punch that 3 ball away behind the 8 and around, as long as he doesn't pot it. And that's the only danger here, that he can go around the angles and actually pot the 3 if he hits it too hard. But he should have Cobra in trouble, and he's bounced off the rail. I don't know whether he got a double hit there, but that's not what was intended. I think he must have got a little double hit there. Because if you play that shot correctly, you're always killing the cue ball stone dead. I think he got a little brush. Well, Cobra had a look at, I think he had a look at the 6 and 9. But I think that 7 ball's too much in the way. But he's got a perfect angle in this 5 to do a bit of moving here and hoping he gets lucky. Ideally, he would want to bump into the 6 and hit it quite firm. Yeah, he's trying to... Well, I'm not sure exactly what he tried there. Whether he did try to get hit or he just tried to get to where he is in the middle of the table. Well, the bank is on. And if he gets this, if he's calling into the corner, he should be out. And would you believe it? He's run out of time. He's forgot about his extensions and he's run out of them. And he's gifted it to Bill. He's faffed about too long there, thinking about the shot. And probably used up one of his extensions earlier in the rack. I wasn't paying that much attention, but it's a big blunder again by Cobra. But that's not great either from Bill. He hasn't got into it. But he's definitely out now to go back into the lead and also back onto his break. So, these little errors, well, these little errors are creeping in. Well, it's a little too short, Larry, when you've used up one of your extensions earlier in the rack, and then you come to a situation like that where you might need to think about it. You know, it's the same for everybody. It's not really caused a problem for most people, but it's cost Cobra big time there. And Bill with a ball in the break, and nice enough on the 3. Doesn't need to really worry about the 4 as long as he can see the 4. Now this is coming across for this 5 ball, more than likely into this bottom right hand corner, without doing or trying to do anything fancy with the cue ball. Well, Bill's at a slam to stun to get behind the 6. And he's almost got away with this. Well, I think he pretty much has. I think Cobra's going to be trying to run for cover here. It's a big shot to try and play the bank. The cue ball's got to come out and have a shot in the 6 though. But is he going to be brave enough to give it a go? Doesn't seem to be. And he's not got cover. Now this is a wee bit tricky here for Bill, because he could just easily nudge this 5 ball over the side pocket here if he's trying to use these 2 balls for cover. I can't believe he's going to have a blast at this down the rail. Yes, he is. Now I don't know what advantage he's given himself by doing that, because he's eyeing this up. It's off the rail. He's eyeing it up. Oh, this is loads of left English. Yeah, he's just trying to duck away. And that's a reasonably good shot. Unfortunately though, there's enough of an edge there, and with a bit of left English on this, Cobra's trying to avoid the scratch in this bottom right hand corner here and get behind this 8, 9 and 7, and he must get cover. He must get the cover. And he's just got it. Bill's going to show us what he can do. Well, he got the jump, but again, I think the problem with the playing cue is it's so easy to put unwanted English on that. Welcome to Fast Eddie. Bill tried a jump, but unsuccessful. Well, he got it over the ball, but he didn't get the pot. Oh, Cobra again, trying to hold the cue ball for the 7. As soon as you're putting English in that cue ball, that makes the shot a lot more difficult. Now, Bill has a choice. He can still duck for cover here himself, but he looks as if he's going for the reverse bank. And that is perfect, apart from the fact that he's nudged to 10. Now, has he got enough of this 7 ball? Yes, he has. Pretty certainly can get enough of that. But he's got to run it in. No matter where he goes in the side rail, he'll be coming out for the 8. And the further away from the side rail, the more comfortable a shot he'll have. Now, I think he can just dink this in, or he can go 2 rails and come across, whatever he's happy with. I detect a little bit of sour grapes here from Larry. I think Larry's still feeling the pain. Well, we have daylight at last. Bill with a 5 racks to 3 lead. And the cue ball thought seriously about scratching there from Cobra. It's dry, but I think there's a whole line of balls there blocking that one ball. And the difficulty here now is where the one ball is, where are you going to put the cue ball where Cobra doesn't have a sight on that one to pot it? Well, no doubt that Bill's going to be put back in again, and I think Bill, he might call it into the side, he might call it into the corner pocket, or he might do that and try and get lucky. Well, this is it's a pressure shot for Cobra here. I mean, the one obviously pots into the top left, but there is not much room to get on this too. He's got to find a narrow window there. It's unlikely he's going to be playing it from this side, and he's decided he's not interested. He's going to try and wait in a better opportunity. Let's have a look and see what the room is now. The cover is behind the 3 as well, and that 5 ball is in the line to hit the one. So Bill's going to attempt another jump. And again, Bill's putting English on it, and I'm not sure that he realises that you've got to, when you're jacking up, you obviously, the tip's moving. He's trying to move the tip down in the cue ball, but when he's doing it, he's putting unwanted English on that ball. And I think he needs to realise quickly that he's going to have to double check before he lets rip. But there's two jumps that Bill's attempted, and he's ended up putting like draw and spin on the cue ball, which is probably highly likely that that's going to happen because you're playing it with the playing cue and not the jump cue itself. So it's, it magnifies the difficulty in it actually executing it. But there's a bit of pressure on here for Cobra. There's room, loads of room to get on the 4. I'm not so certain whether that 5 ball's in play, depending how he's going to play this. Yeah, he's trying to get over and into a reasonable line in the 4. Well, I think he can get through the gap. He looks as if he's trying to bump the 7. And that's fine. 6 still goes, there's not a problem there. But once again though, he doesn't want to be playing the 6 where he's bumping the 7 if he can help it. Quick look at that. Well, he's fine. Of course, this is on Cobra's break, so it goes back to Bill to try and preserve his lead and stretch it back to 2 racks. I think he can just go forward and come out, yeah. Well, we are already just on the 45-minute mark for this match. And we're just in the 9th rack. So that's averaging at 5 minutes a rack. No joy. And a long combo if Cobra wants it. The 1 and the 3. Now, there is a possible 110 billiard on here, believe it or not. He's not called the 10, but there is a 110 billiard on. It's a bit ambitious, but I like the line off that 1 ball for that 110 billiard. But he's called the 1 in off the 10. Well, I think he had as much chance of playing the 1 ball, playing the billiard onto the 10. But there's just enough of that 1 showing. Now, he wants to try and get out clean, and it needs to keep rolling. And that'll do. Mark, are you there? Because you're of an age where you would have a laugh at this. I think Mark's gone for his dinner. Well, he's just overcooked that very slightly, but he's got a reasonable angle. The only thing that's worrying is the 7 ball, unless he really juices into this cue ball. Yep, that's what he's tried, but he's caught the 6. And what's more, he's left it on for Cobra. And this will be a steal for Cobra. Not only to get back in level terms, but it's going to be his break the next rack. I think he was being a bit too cute there. That is a big fail by Cobra. He'll be well pissed at that. I mean, that was... he had loads of room to work with there. And he tried to get too cute. Oh, that's a big mistake again from Cobra. And it's not a great safety either, because this is crying out to be banked. And the cue ball's heading in the right direction here. And this, if this goes in, this is very much one that's got away here for Cobra. Big blunder. It's in every day. Big mistake with Cobra. I don't know. Quick look at this. Well, again, you can jack up and get into this, or you can just play the safe one and just leave it long. Because again, the 8 ball's right in the middle of the table, there's no worries. And he should be playing the 8 ball with a decent angle to come down onto the 9. Well, I wonder if Cobra's going to live to regret what's happened in this rack. Well, I don't know that that was the best shot in the world, Bill. I mean, this has got to travel. He's got to get this well moving. And it needs to just slow up, and that will do nicely. Now, you know my rule with this shot. Whether you come back left or right, you avoid the scratch and you get there or thereabouts past that side pocket, and that's perfect. Right on the spot. And this is going to hurt Cobra. He's still going to be fuming. But he has to just let that go. He's back to trailing by 2. And now he's got a bit of pressure on him. Having to deliver in rack number 11. 2 balls tracking, but it's run into traffic and it's dry. And again, Cobra has left half a shot here for Bill. Now, if he can bump out and miss the 3, or at least bump it out of the way, he'll have something in the 2. It's very quickly maybe going to get ugly here for Bill, because he's got obstacles to avoid here, and I don't think he can avoid them. Well, he's trying to do it one way by banking the 2 to take these other balls out of the equation. And again, that's the pace to play these banks. Again, it's awkward. He's got a straight choice. He can cut it up table, cut it in the side, miss the 7. Oh, he's brushed the 7, and look what's happened. Again, Bill should have seen that coming. Oh, has he got enough there? Has he got enough of this 4 ball? Ah, well. That's very close. Oh, that's excellent. But look at where the cue ball's going. He had no real control of what he was going to end up with. But is he going to line up the combo? Well, this has got to go on the 5 to send it that way, to cut across that 10 into the pocket. Superb. Oh, he's even brushed the 8. What a shot that was. I think Bill's heart missed a beat there. But now we have a big gap of 3 racks here in favour of Bill. And Cobra's errors have cost him. None more so than that previous rack. But Bill's break is dry. And if Cobra can see enough of the 1, can he get past the 6? Yes, he can. But I don't think he can make any cut angle in that 1. It's too far past the pocket. And that has not got cover either. Now is Bill trying to bump this in off the 3 off the short rail? He hasn't called the 1. He's looking at it. I mean, if he bumps it hard enough, there's a fair chance this could go in off the 3. No, he's not. He's not interested. Well, I thought there was a fair chance that if you bump that into the short rail, it's got every chance with good pace in slamming in off that 3 ball. Well, is Bill going to regret that? I mean, the shot was on, I think. I think Cobra's going for the billiard. And he's gone behind the 3. Now he needs to hope he gets some sort of decent safety. Well, it's not good for Bill. But one thing's for certain, he has a choice where he can try and put Cobra in trouble here. Now, has that got cover? No, it hasn't. So now Cobra has a chance to redeem himself, but he's don't forget now, he's playing under a fair bit of pressure. Anyway, welcome to Interchange X. And we know where the problem lies. From the 2 to the 4. Now, if you play the simple approach, you're just cutting the 2 and going up past the 5 to leave the 4 ball either into the side or leave it long. But the 5 ball's still a big problem as well. What the hell's happened here? I've missed that. What did he play there? He's not done what that young boy done in the 9-ball US Open. He's not played the wrong ball, has he? What was that, pot man? What did he play? Oh God! Oh, this is very quickly turned into a nightmare. He's played the 3 and forgot about the 2. Oh dear. Well, Cobra said his head's all over the place. I'll tell you something. He wants to get his head screwed back on fairly quickly, and Bill has been caught out himself. He's taken his eye completely off the 5 ball, and Cobra's been handed a big lifeline here. And all of a sudden, there's funny things happening in this match. And Bill's getting drawn into it, and he doesn't want to. But he's missed a fairly straightforward 5 ball into the side. And Cobra can't believe he's back at the table. And I don't think he'll be wasting this opportunity. But he's distracted himself. You can tell that by the fact that he's not studied the table. And he's completely forgotten about the lay of the balls. You know, if your mind is really on the situation, you never do that. You know, you never ever play the wrong ball if you're 100% focused. Now, whether he's bothered about things that have happened earlier on in the match, I don't know. But like I say, you have to forget about that stuff. You know, you can play bad and still win. There's still ways to win. But what you have to do is give yourself a chance and stay in it. And Bill's gifted him that at the end of it. That is a huge gift. And suddenly, Cobra's now got the incentive here. If this 2 ball cracks, well, again, it's running into the cue ball this time. And once again, Cobra has... Now, what's this 210 looking like? This could be... Oh, no, it isn't. 6 balls in the way. Yep, you're right enough, pot man. Could have been a big lead. Well, there's a big advantage to be had here if Cobra can pot this one. Okay, he can't pot the 2, but that's not the object of this exercise. He wants control of the table here. And he's decided he wasn't taking the pot on. Now, will he regret that? Because I think Bill can see enough of this. And then again, yeah, probably not. Now let's see where Bill's cue is going on this ball. He was jacking up there to try and contemplate the jump. Now, you've got to keep that centred. Well, this time he's got the jump, but he's missed a hit completely in the one. And I think Bill, if he comes through this match, he's going to have to go back into the training room and try and work out this jump shot technique. But the one lifeline Bill still got is that 2 ball and 10 ball. Now, the 6 ball is out the way here. Let's have a look now. Well, it's still nowhere near a combo. Looking for a bump. But this is a situation Cobra could have been in a minute ago had he potted the 1. He's now got control of the table and he can put Bill in a heap of trouble here. Now that 6 ball should be blocking the path to the long rail on the left, which it is. Oops, hang on a minute. I hit the wrong bloody button there. Well, it's not blocking it with a bit of spin. And Bill's overjuiced it. And once again though, it's still awkward where the 10 and 6 are sitting. Cobra's had a quick look. But nevertheless, it's still an opportunity to do something. Now, is he going to try and do it straight away and bump a ball here and still have a shot in the 3? No. Let's have a look at his options if he's up here in the 6. I think that 6 is very tight to get the potting angle on it. Well, we're going to find out. Is he going to leave the bank? I mean, the bank up and down is always on. Well, he's trying to get to the spot. Oh, that will do nicely. The only danger here is the brush off the 10. Well, he'll settle for that. 8 ball. He may well, for comfort's sake, just take this up the rail. The only problem is he's just going to have to drop through past the 10. Nope, he looks as if he's going to drop it into the side. Well, he's got to punch this in a wee bit. He could still cut it up the rail. I think that's what he's doing. And now he's home and dry. And suddenly, he's back within 1. Or he should be. Break goes back to Bill, trying to preserve his lead. So suddenly there's a wee bit of pressure diverted onto Bill now to try and protect this lead. Well, we're 55 minutes away from the big round 5 match between Stubb and Barkers at 8 o'clock, 3 PM Eastern, 2 PM Central Mountain Time, and noon Pacific. And Bill started well enough. 5 ball in the break. dodgy little cut in this one if he fancies it. I've got messages coming through in my bloody phone here. What the hell are they? I bet you saw twitched up and... Oh no, wait a minute, I've had a message from somebody. Hang on, who's that? Oh, I'll tell you what it is. I've had an exclusive upgrade to full fibre 500 with BT, who I'm already with anyway. Which basically means that they want more bloody money off us. And I don't need full fibre 500 for all I do. Well, Bill, table at his mercy. Now, let's see what he's going to do here, because he's dead straight on the 4. So, he just wants to leave the 6 straight across past the 9. Oh, well. I'm not so certain that was maybe the best move. I mean, he's... dare he try and do anything with the cue ball here? This is tough. Well, he's got loads of bottom on it. This needs a nice bump. And I think he'll settle for that as well. That has worked out a treat. I mean, you can't miss this. You're cheating the pocket all the time here, and it's got to go in. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do? Before, at the end of that match last night, I forgot to have a look at the stats. Which we will do. I want to see the stats between Fast Eddie and whoever he was playing last night, who I've already forgotten. Bedhead. Well, that's fine, but what's the point? What's the point when I don't have a 4K monitor? I'll do that as soon as I get the donations in my PayPal account. What? My PayPal account is there. PayPal me, 9ball.com. And as soon as I get the funds, I'll get a 4K monitor. I'm more than willing to oblige, but unfortunately the bank account doesn't stretch to anything like that. In fact, if the bank account had stretched that far, do you think I'd still be sitting here without a 4K monitor? Where's my bottle went to? I need a drink. I'm down to my last bottle of water, by the way. I need to go and get water tomorrow. I don't drink tap water, it's disgusting. Well, put it this way, if you've drank bottled water for years and then you go and drink a mouthful of tap water, you then realise what sort of shit they've got in the tap water. Mark, tell you a quick little story. I think it was it Sunday? Little woman, you know, typical little old woman, and she was asking me, you know, where's the handkerchiefs? They used to be down this aisle. Of course, what we do at this time of year is we change the aisles around. In every store where you've now got the seasonal aisle with all the Christmas stuff, there was only one side of it, and but the other day there they changed it overnight, so there's now 2 sides of the aisle are full of Christmas crap. And of course, to accommodate all of that, all the toilet rolls and all the handkerchiefs and everything had to be moved. So the wee woman says to me, "Where's your handkerchief? They used to be down here." I says, "Oh, aye, they've moved them 2 aisles up." So I took her up. I says, "There they are in there." And she says, and then she's having a go at me at the prices. She says, these Tesco handkerchiefs, that's like Tesco's version of the big Kleenex ones. She says, they used to be £1.10 and they're now £1.55. I says, aye, it's a bloody disgrace, but I says, everything's gone up. I said, well, we'll need to go back to the old-fashioned way. And she says, what's that? I said, we'll just need to use our sleeves that we used to do when we were kids, and walked away and left her. She had a good laugh. Oh, I hate the taste of tap water. No, you can get a filter. You see the price of these bloody filters as well. Water filters, you've got to keep buying replacement filters for them. Everything you're talking about is costing me money. Well, anyway. Oh dear, Bill. Bill with a 3-rack lead. And he's desperate to keep Cobra in this match. And Cobra, once again, handed a lifeline to stay in touch here. And of course, we're already well past the situation where now you can't miss anything. You can't make mistakes. Yeah, I can't be arsed doing that. I shouldn't have just buy it pre-prepared there, Matt. That's too much hassle. Why do that when you can go and buy 6? You go and buy half a dozen 2-litre bottles for a couple of quid. Oh, this is dead straight again. But again, if he's trusty and relying on his, he's going forward. He's going forward with a wee bit of spin. And this is just a wee bit touchy, the angle he's got here. He's coming back. Oh. Well, we've had errors from both players. And I think most of them have been punished. But Bill's, I think, let Cobra off the hook a couple of times so far. And now it's Cobra's break. And if we can put one together here, which he desperately needs, he can get back within one. 5 balls gone in. Well, look what the cue ball's finished this time. And he can't just get an easy start on his break. Okay, he can pot the one. And if he doesn't bump into anything, he may well have a sight in that 2 ball up the rail. But must have some sort of angle to work the cue ball. This is tough to start off with. And he's overdone it. Yeah, it was not easy. Well, I was talking about these sort of situations. Where's this cue ball going? Oh, this has gone ugly very quickly, immediately. I was talking about, you know, holding your nerve, stepping up to the plate when you need to deliver. And the two guys are in the very same situation here. And Bill has got himself in bother. He's called the two, and that has worked out nice as far as potting it goes. He called it into the top pocket. But now he's got to get something decent here. Now this is off the rail. And he's just looking for cover. And that is excellent. And he's turning the screw in Cobra. Now can Cobra respond? Well, I think he has to settle for that. I mean, Bill may well go all out for the cut here up table. And look at the 6. The 6 and the 10 aren't dead set as a combo. And in goes the 3, and out comes the cue ball. Well, this is a shot that will decide the rack. Now again, if he takes his medicine, he's going to get somewhere over here. Now let's have a look and see what angle he's got to work with here. This 7 and 8 are dangerously in the way if he gets into the cue ball off that side rail. He's trying to just drop down and get himself enough of a shot. He could have done with going another 10 inches there to about here. He could have done with running to about there. But he's still got a shot. Oh, now the bump off the 9. And again, he's really well in this corner. He's going to have to jack up here, is he? I don't know whether you can hit this plain ball. He's got to try and avoid the scratch. And this will bounce good enough. And so on Cobra's break, Bill's going to get to double figures. I think the 10's off the rail. It should be fine. And now, of course, it's a chance for Bill to really turn the screw. Well, this is a similar situation to where Bedhead was last night. Bedhead ended up initially being 5-0 and 6-2 behind, and then 11-7 behind. And still took it all the way to the final rack beside it. And, well, Bill's got a ball. He's got a shot in the 1, the 2 in the opposite side, the 3 in the open down the bottom here. And the 4 is a problem. And that's the only thing at the moment that can save Cobra in this rack. Well, that was a big risk. I think Bill was hoping to get lucky there. I think he was hoping for a nudge and still have a shot in the 3. And he's got away with it. And the only problem again is he's way close to the rail. He would have loved to have been able to get better control of the cue ball, but he's still got a shot. And if he bumps the 10 or the 7 here, he won't care, as long as he can see the 5. And that will do it. And it's looking very likely that we're going to have a similar scoreboard to the Bedhead situation with Fast Eddie last night. This is one of these testy cuts in the side and the cue ball running, and he's not risking it because the 8 ball was in the way. Just kept it simple. Well, we saw what Bedhead managed to do when he was in this situation. Now Cobra's been asked the question, can you deliver? Is Bill going to be generous enough? Are you going to get any opportunities? Because as soon as this 10 ball goes in, it immediately has to happen, or he's dead and buried. So Bill with an 11 racks to 7 lead, and Cobra almost at the point of no return. And again, the 2 ball is always tracking towards that corner, but again, it's running into traffic. The brake's dry. No shot for Bill. Looking for somewhere to push. And again, if he doesn't want to be pushing where Cobra's got an easy lock-up shot. Let's have a look at this end. Well, he can try feathering it from the inside on the right, but it's really, really touchy. It's a cigarette paper on that. He's gone the other way. Now, has he got any cover? No, he hasn't. Well, that'll do. That's applying the noose around Cobra's neck, and it's beginning to tighten. Well, again, this rack very much looks like it's going to hinge in the 1 ball now. Is Bill going to bite the bullet here? The bank is on, the reverse bank that is. In past the 8 ball, the cue ball's running loose. It needs to run very loose in order to come around the table, avoid traffic, and still get on the 2 ball. Well, keep your eye on the cue ball if he pots this. Oh, he'll settle for that. He'll settle for that. He's controlled it, ran into the 2, potted it, and what's more, he is very nicely on the 3. I thought he was going to let that run. Well, I don't think that this table could be sitting an awful lot better than this. Needs to bump and out, and that'll do. Well, yeah, I think he's a wee bit straight, but I think there's enough angle to do something with the cue ball. Yeah, just enough to get the stunt. Now, again, there's an easy path here to go 2 or 3 rails and finish somewhere near the 7 ball. He looks as if he's drawn across. Maybe he can hold it well. Again, this leaves him more work to do. I think it was still far easier to go 3 rails, and it is more than likely would have been better than what he is in the 5 here. This is not easy, and that 10 ball is dangerously in the way. I say it's dangerously in the way. Well, the commentator's eyes called it again. And that's why he should have ran it 3 rails. I can't understand when the shot was there and it had loads of room. The worst thing that would happen is he's going there. He could have come up and finished somewhere by the 7th if he'd gone sort of that direction. Now, what's he? He's just trying to rest on it. Yeah, that will not work. I think Cobra's got to stun this in. Now, even if he just wants to finish in the bottom half of the table here, he's got loads of room of doing that. Oh dear. Again, he's taking his eye off the ball. I mean, that was not a difficult shot to pot the 6. And he didn't really have to worry an awful lot about the cue ball. And that, I think Cobra's, Bill, is taking his eye right off the ball and giving Cobra another lifeline. I'm getting my Bills and my Cobras confused here. And I can't blame it on lack of food, because I've been fed before. Where's this cue ball finishing? Because I got fed before this started. Well, you would normally just stun this in. Yeah. He hasn't stunned it enough though. He's just having to chip the 8 ball now. I mean, he can run well up the table and still have a simple enough cut in the 9. And now again, nothing to do with the cue ball. Just let it run up that left-hand side. Somewhere past the left side pocket. And that'll do it. That's right on the money. So nothing Cobra can do now. Again, he has to be patient and see if Bill's going to do him a favour, because it's Bill's break. And Cobra's back to within 3. Now, is this going to take a similar turn to last night? And Bill has a couple of balls in the break. And that's a big pocket where the 9 ball is. And he's got to go full-blooded at this to bring the cue ball back out and across for this 3 ball. And if this 1 goes in and he gets on the 3, you would think he should be in the hill. And it's went in clean, nicely on the 3. Slightly hampered by the 5, but nothing major. But nice. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, I'll tell you, that was hit way too heavy. And he diced with death there. Any other day, that would have went into the side pocket. And he's got away with it. Well, Bill is on the brink of taking the second big scalp in 24 hours to fall in this tournament. Because when these 4 balls go in, Cobra's in last chance saloon. And it's no miss, no mistakes, and pot everything that you see. No, I went for Cobra as well. I think 13, what did I say, 13, 11 or 10 or something like that. Bill on the hill, and Cobra will break to save the match. This time the 2 ball has a clean path, and Cobra has a cut down the rail. And I think I think he might want to pinch this a wee bit and maybe, I don't know whether he's going to maybe try and bump the 3 or completely avoid it if he can. Oh, well, look at the way that went in off the 9. And look at where he's finishing the 3. Well, big pressure on Cobra to produce the goods. Well, that 9 ball came to the rescue big time there. And this is not where he wants to be. He's too close to the rail. And that suddenly the shot, the difficulty of the shot is magnified. He's going to have to run through and he's going to have to finish in the gap, I would think. Well, he looks as if he's taking evasive manoeuvres here. He's going the other way. He's coming back, trying to stun past the 7, and that's well done. And that was the right shot. He could have played the bailout shot, just run through for the gap. But he's playing trying to run out here. Oh, this needs to keep rolling. Now, how's his path off this 7 ball? The danger here is coming around and running into the 8. It looks sort of like that line. Let's see what he does. And that's the problem. He's collided with the 9. I think he needed a bit of spin in that from that line. And this is horrible. I mean, this is pretty tight to the rail. And how does he keep this safe? Or does he go all out for it? Well, this is very much a last chance saloon shot here, because this will be some shot to pot this 8 ball to stay alive in the tournament. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a missed call. It's going to be a missed call, and it's all over. And Bill sitting nice enough on the 9. And that shot that Cobra played there, he had to play that, I think, with a wee tad of left to punch it off the first rail and in behind that 9 ball. I don't know whether he played it with it or not, but it looks like he didn't. And that was him. The worst thing that could have happened was what I said. He might have ran into the 8 ball in the line that it might have come off the rail. But I don't know whether he played it with any English at all. It doesn't look as if he did. But he caught the object in the way, and that was the 9 ball. And Cobra has gone. So 2 big scalps have gone in 24 hours here. And are we looking at the possibility of a different champion? I'll tell you something else. Stubbs now going to fancy his chances even more, because that's 2 big threats have gone in the space of 24 hours. And so Bill has come through, and the mistakes were there from both players. But the one thing for certain is Bill made an awful lot less than what Cobra did at the end of the day. And so Bill marches on. Let's have a look at the state of affairs. And what we'll also do is, I want to go and have a look at the stats, not only for this match, but for the one last night. So there lies Bill, and he's lying in wait for the loser of the Albinario Spectre Dawn match. So every match is a cracker. Well done, Bill. And unlucky Cobra I don't know that Cobra's there. I don't know whether he played that shot off the 7 in the side with a bit of left English to try and miss the 9. I don't know whether he did. Only he can answer that. But clearly he needed something like that on it. So Bill knows that, as does Eddie, that nothing gets easier. You've got to be on your game because you're not going to be facing any numpties now. It's going to be tough. So, well done to Bill. Unlucky to Cobra. The mistakes were there today and it cost him. So now we have got about 25 minutes till the next match of the day. We're going to have a look at these stats. I'm going to look at the one from last night because now I can't read that. That's ridiculous. I'm sitting right in front of it and I can't read it. Now that's it's not Fast Eddie Felson either, is it? Fast with an underscore. How the hell do I find his name? What did I have to do the last time? And it's not Fast Freddy, and it's not Fast Tim. Hang on. Hang on, I need to go back to the screen to read that. Was it at the bottom? Oh, shit. It's doing the same crap again because I didn't put the... Right, you're saying at the bottom. Oh, aye, there he is. Right, so Fast Eddie and Bedhead. Let's see what the stats were for that match last night. So, Bedhead had 12 breaks, Fast Eddie had 13, and the one thing to notice is that the average balls made was slightly higher in this that match, certainly compared to earlier rounds in the tournament. Dry break percentage, Bedhead 58, Fast Eddie 0.53, so Fast Eddie was slightly better as far as the dry breaks were concerned. Racks ran, Bedhead had 3, and I think maybe 2 of them came late on in the match. Fast Eddie had 2, Racks High Run 1. Moneyball shot, Bedhead 100%, Fast Eddie missed 1, which probably gifted it to Bedhead. And yeah, I think the other one's just the common stats, isn't it? So Racks High Run 3, Fast Eddie 2. Let's have a look at Bill. Now, bear in mind I can't read the chat when we're on this screen. It's Mr. Bill, isn't it? Why is it not finding him? Now, why the hell isn't Bill showing up there? It jumps past Ben. Is it Mr. Bill dot? Press Control Plus. Control Plus. Oh, aye, there he is. I never knew that, Mark. Is that to skip through all the list of names? Why did Steve never tell me that one? Anyway, now we're looking for Cobra. That should be easier to find. Right, there we go. Brake stats. Cobra had 11, but look at Cobra's brake. That's absolute crap. That's probably the worst stat he's had in the whole tournament. Only 0.2 balls in the brake. You see this stat, Cobra? No wonder you didn't get any racks ran. I don't think. Only 0.2 and Bill 0.8. So Bill's brake was most certainly the winner today as far as that stat goes. And there, of course, part and parcel of having only 0.2 in the brake, or 2.7. Cobra had no runouts from the brake. And his dry brake percentage was bloody huge. And Bill, 70%. 70% of the time Bill had a ball in the hole. And he also 3 runouts from the brake. 10 ball stats. Well, look at Bill. 5 racks ran. Racks high run 1. Of course, that's never going to change because it's alternate brake, isn't it? Or something weird like that. Moneyball shot 100% from both players, but Cobra's brake stats were horrible. And that didn't do him any favours whatsoever. Let's just have a look and see how things pair up now at the top of the tournament stats, because we know now we're limited with the amount of players that can affect those top stats. Quick look. Well, Hairpig, of course, has gone, as has Chico. Bedhead has gone. Cobra has gone. So the top 5, Paul included. Machine has gone. And out of all of them, the only one that survives in that list are Bill and Eddie. So the two of them, Bill's balls in the brake that's bound to have gone up today because he's now at 0.87. Fast Eddie, 0.65. Let's look at runouts from the brake. Well, Cobra's still in the lead, but that's bound to change because Albinario is to play Spectre Dawn tomorrow night, and Albinario's only 1 run out behind, so Albinario can get to the top spot. Bill is on 7, and he certainly did his stats a favour today. Stubb is on 7, so these guys are within touching distance of the top spot, as is Spectre Dawn. He's also in 7. And Barkers is down there on 5. He's 0.7 balls in the brake. Stubbs 0.6 almost. Bill's 0.8. Albinario is 0.5. So Albinario and Spectre Dawn are fairly similar, give or take 100 bits of a percent or whatever. So that, as I say, there's only those few guys that can really affect those stats now. Brake fills, let's have a look at them. Machine, Paul, Bankster, all tied with 6. Spectre Dawn's there with 5. So maybe he wants to look at maybe changing his brake slightly, considering that his brake stat percentage for average balls is 200 odd behind what Bill is in all these decimal places. Bedhead, of course, that won't change. Albinario, 4 brake fills, then down to 3. Incidentally, the one name that's missing there is Stubb. Now, if you look at Stubbs only had 1 foul in the brake, so whatever he's doing seems to be working better for him as far as that goes, avoiding the scratches. But his balls in the brake, that needs to improve. So that is us up to date as far as we can go. And now What are we? We are, 16 minutes away from the winner's side match. Yeah, you had the errors early on there, Cobra, but you know, Bill still committed some cardinal sins to keep you in it until later on in the match there. I thought we were going to have the same scenario as last night. Bill had the odd little flinch at the wrong time, but Bill was still strong enough and held up right till the end. But aye, that's what I was asking you, Cobra. That shot you had in the 7 ball, maybe you answered my question, but I couldn't see the chat. When you played that 7 into the side pocket, did you not have a little bit of running English on it to try and make sure you missed that 9 ball, or did you hit it plain ball? Because I need to know. I need to know what you were doing or what you were thinking, because the way I seen it from my position, it looked as if, yeah, you did have English on it. Well, maybe the line was not conducive. Maybe it needed a bit more of a stun with the English, but that would have taken you sharper into the corner of the pocket, into the sharper corner, and you might not go out at all. But that was unfortunate. Now, quick tab out, hang on. So the question to ask Paul is where the hell were you on Saturday night? Because I believe Paul was one of the missing players from Team Pinas on Saturday for league night. The first thing to concern ourselves is, well, the good news is that Barkers is here, so we don't need to worry about him showing up, and he has got the English flag. And Stubbs lurking in the background. And somebody is still asleep in that room. Now, who is it? It's Mr. Fox. He's went away and had his dinner and forgot he was in the room. So, Bill is going to have it tough, regardless what happens. As is Eddie. Now, are you a team captain though, Paul? I mean, all I'm saying is that if you knew you weren't going to be there, would you not have been better to tell your teammates? Because I think, was there either one or two players down? I can't remember. There was certainly at least one missing out their team. That Bullabog, did he turn up? I don't think he turned up either. Yeah, I mean, I lost the 2 scratch matches I played. I played pretty poorly, but the other thing is that I think it was Bankster. Was it Bankster? He was breaking excellently. He was getting balls in the break all the time, and I couldn't take the chances. Not that I had that many. But anyway, Team Piñas are going down the pan rather quickly. There's no reliability about them at all, and probably not an awful lot of communication by the sounds of it. I know I'd be kicking some arses if I had teammates going AWOL without telling me, so that I could take evasive action. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to do, now that I remember. Talking of the leagues, let's go and have a look at this league page, because Steve said that he's got the stats working, but I wasn't really sure what he was on about. Let's go to that and have a look. Right, home page. A 9-ball league. And now what we're looking at here, I'm not really sure what to look at. That doesn't look any different to me. Right, that was but Bullabog didn't show up, and Paul didn't show up. That's a disgrace. So it is, and no wonder they get pumped 8-1. And lovely bunch of coconuts suffered the defeat. And Team VP4, well, each of us won one match and lost 2. And I'm going to have a quick look at the teams again. Now, if we look at the teams, I've already got my team picked for this Saturday. We've got Steve-O back in. We've got Mark Sharp back in and Fuzzy Dunlop back in. And at the moment, now these obviously can change, but I think the best tactic here is to react or not react on the team lineup come nearer the time, because these aren't dead set for what the teams will be this Saturday. I don't think that could change. Jover is in at the moment for Team Piñas. Paul is in. And Jover being the captain, what the hell name's that? I've never seen that name before. Where did he appear from? Pine Ryan, who the hell is that? Well, he's not playing anyway. Bullabog's back in, so you've got 2 unreliable players in that lineup. Paul and Jova and Bullabog, who are the no-shows from last week. Maybe that's still the team from last week. So if I was Jova, I'd be making some serious changes. So would Sylvia has got Witt and Larry. Now did Witt show up last week? Did he show up in time? I can't remember. And Christian. And now Omega has got Travelling TT, Mr. Fox and Cheeky Chico. That might be the same lineup there was on Saturday. So again, that could possibly change. And then 9-ball shots. Bobby Barris, Sergaresh and Bankster. Well, that definitely, I think, no, tell a lie, that has changed because Zangetsu was in on Saturday. That was the one I got my win against, Zangetsu. So that's the lineup, I think, for this Saturday. I think Bobby Barris has chosen his team. And then finally, lovely bunch of coconuts, Semi-Pro and John Boo are in next week, and Little Wolf. So Semi-Pro is looking at pulling his team together after defeat and putting himself in for the weekend. So we've got that to look forward to. Like week number, what the hell week is it? Is it week 8? I think it's week 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, week 8 next week. I think we're done with that. Well, I think a stern email message is needing sent out to the team members, because it's always handy to have all the team in the lobby prior to the start, if you can, and then you can do quick substitutions if it gets near the deadline, and that way you've at least got a team. Right, well, we're about 4 minutes away. Doesn't look as if Steve's going to be around. So it's going to be a solo one again here. So what's the predictions then, guys? Come on, let's see them. Race to 17. What are we calling it? 17-12 to Stub. I think I'll go with that. But if Stub is too loose, his Barker's going to be good enough and consistent enough on an alien table to what he's used to be able to produce enough to beat him. Stub will play fast and loose as usual. He'll go for his shots, no doubt about that. He'll be one of the best kickers, so he can survive without the jump cue, although he's loath to use it most of the time anyway. He's usually a fairly good kicker of the ball. Uh, 17-5. I'll remember that call, Paul. The Barker's still in a room. Stubb hanging about. Oh no, Stubb's awoke. The room is up. Let's get in. So, lag for the break. And again, a reminder that the player on the top of the HUD, when they come in the room, is the player on the right as they lag off. Stubb is in. Bang. Anyone here use power line adapters for internet? I don't know what you mean there. What is that a brand? I'm not sure what you're talking about. So Barker's is getting the alarm telling him the room is up. He's letting Stubb think about it for a minute or two. Oh, no, I've never had anything like that. Right, both players are in. Stubb on the right-hand side. And not the best of lags, because Barker's is going to win that easily. So Barker's to break off. A ball has gone in. I think it was the one. He's got, at best, a bank on the 2. Yeah, that's as nice as Stubb gets. Well, I think, I don't think he's interested in the bank. The old snooker brain's kicking in here for Barkers. He's playing safe. Welcome to his ad. Well, did you catch any of Bill's win earlier on? Now, of course, Stubb, obviously, I mentioned they'll be thinking his chances are better now, and they obviously are better that Cobra and Bedhead have gone, but Albinario will be thinking along the same lines as well. But he's got a big obstacle to overcome tomorrow night. And a reminder to anybody who hasn't been paying attention or has joined us late, we've got the big winner's side match tomorrow night as well, between Albinario from Sweden, Spectrodon from the UK, and that kicks off at the same time tomorrow night, 8 PM, 3 PM Eastern, 2 PM, whatever it is, Central Mountain, and noon Pacific. And Barker's is close to the rail. I don't believe he wants to jack up. I think he wants to just run through. The danger is jacking up here. And don't forget as well that Cobra had a brain fart in that match, like that young boy did in the US Open. Cobra played the 3-ball and forgot about the 2-ball. He wasn't paying attention to the layout of the table, and that was a big mistake, among other ones that he made. Oh dear, and Barkers has fallen into the trap, coming across the table, scratching aside, and what should have been a fairly straightforward run out, he's gifted it to Stubb. Yeah, I'll always remind Cobra of that one. I might be an umpty and I might get gubbed 7-1 in 2 matches in the league, but I didn't shoot the wrong ball. I shoot all the balls, but I didn't put a lot of them in. Yeah. And the first big error from Barkers when he had the table at his mercy, and Stubb straight away immediately in trouble now. Is he going to try the jump? I don't think so. I don't think Stubbs paid any attention to the previous matches. And is he daring to try it? No, he's doing a bedhead. He's not giving it a second thought. Fast Eddie would look at that and it would be in the hole right now. Jumping Jack Flash Fast Eddie is his new nickname. He was going over edges, but the main thing is he jumped over them, and not only that, he potted 2 of them. And that was a good shot from Stubb. I did say he's good at kicking. Oh, quick disconnect there. What the hell's happened here? Well, that was a quick replay. I think something funny went on there when Mr. Fox joined the room. Yeah, I'm sure he jumped right over a ball. Anyway, I've got the 3 jump shots if you want to see them. I've got them isolated. I've got the links for all 3 of them. Well, it's going to be the 5-7 combo. I think he's got the angle to run down table here. I think it looks, without going round behind it, it looks reasonable enough. Yeah. So it's going to be a very quick 2-0 to Stubb. But the big error was when Barkers had that first rack at his mercy. Now he's going to have to try and redeem himself to get off the mark. Yeah, I said 17-12. I'll stick with that. 2-ball needs to miss the traffic. Well, the 3 balls went in as a backup, and now he's got the 1-2 combo. Now, does he make sure that he doesn't hit the 9 here, or does he try and get the 9 out of the way? Does he need to? Because the 6-9 is a combo. You've just got to be wondering what he's thinking here. It would do no harm to bump the 9 and still pot the 2 and keep the 1 there. But, oh, he didn't want to do that though. Well, he might have been better to do what I was saying. And now he's got to go up and down. Let's have a look and let's see whether he can get a line. Well, that 4 ball is in the way. And the difficulty here is if he's going that way, he has to play it with left English. Let's see, he's looking. He's just going to drop dead on the edge of this one for it to fall in the hole. Oh, he's had a blast to get out. Now, was that legal? Yes, it was. That worked. Well, no problem. He's running away from the 5, but just a little soft roll in the 4 will stop the 5 leaking away too far. Now he's got a nice angle. Let's see how that looks. Well, he's going to finish somewhere in this direction. Somewhere down there by the donut. I've just passed it. Now he's got a slight angle, but it's just a little bump around the corner to drop the 7 into the side. That's all he needs to do. Well, he's bumped it in a wee bit harder than he should have because he's now the wrong side of the 7. Now, it wouldn't do any harm to run into the 10. And he's hit it soft though. And now he can either go straight forward and down to the right or go a couple of rails. I think he can go straight forward. Now he's gone a couple of rails. Now the only danger is a scratch and he's fine. So this will get Barkers off the map. But he should have been in the lead. Into rack number 4. Stop breaking off. And, well, if this 3 ball gets out of the way, which it has done, this table is set pretty nice for a very quick response from Barkers to square the match, because the 2 goes past the 3, I think. Oh, well, again, he's just catching himself out here. Now he's colliding with the 3, doesn't know where things are going to finish. And that was a bit careless. And that's not good either. That's asking for trouble. And Barkers has played a couple of shots there where he's fallen well short of what's required. And from having a great opportunity to run this table, he immediately got himself in bother by running below the 2 ball to the short rail. Well, he's got the kick, and he'll take that. That is a good outcome. But Stubbs going to blast this, even though he's got a slim chance of getting in the 3. I mean, Stubb just does not refuse these. And, well, there's a surprise. Stubb exercising a bit of caution. Well, I'm sure the thing is that he goes along. I mean, Steve goes along one route. Everybody's got the option to mute everybody in the room, because you can do that with the shortcut keys. You can mute all the people in the room, but nobody knows how to do it. But I don't know whether this will work inside the room. Let me try. Oh, here, I better not do it in the bloody room. What am I talking about? It's a chat. I need to do it in the lobby. But I was about to do that in the room. I don't want to do that. Where's the lobby chat? Can you find the tab? I'll worry about that later on. Yeah, but as I say, you can disable the chat in the room, but that's up to each individual to do that. Am I in the chat lobby? No, I think I'm in the room. Am I? Let me check. Oh no, I'm in the chat lobby, aye. How do you get back into it? Because where the hell's the tab? I'm trying to feel around for it. Right, so that's the room, and that's the lobby. So if you do / then /help, and then we can get this to work. It tells you the following is help for command centered on /cmd format. All commands start with / for help on keys that control the chat windows, type /help keys. But ignores chat from a player. So you can put, I mean, you normally wouldn't do that. You'd normally just highlight the name and click the ignore. But the other one is ignore chat from all players. Now, I'm assuming that should probably read players, spectators, and it ignores all the chat from everybody. So that would be IGA /IGA to ignore everybody, and then you don't see anything coming up. I won't be trying it though. /MS for mute stub. Or is it IGS for spectators, Larry? Or maybe I didn't scroll far enough. Maybe I didn't scroll. Maybe you're right enough. Where the hell is it again? Oh, are you right enough? Or are you? Oh, aye. Ignore chat from all players not in the current room. Well, is that not just too many words in a sentence there where he could have just wrote spectators? Or does that include everybody in the lobby as well? Yeah, or just click on Stubbs' name and ignore him. Anyway, back to the game. Back to more important matters. Stubb with a 3-1 lead. And a shot in the one. Well, he'll take that. Because it could have went pear-shaped very quickly there. Well, prior to this tournament starting, and I've said this in previous big 9-ball events and 10-ball in the past, that this is always going to be Stubbs' best chance of winning one of these. Because the most obvious thing about this game and 9-ball is that you don't have to be as strictly accurate with the cue ball. You should be doing the accurate stuff, but Stubb is very loose and is always trying to pot his way to victory, and then he runs out of gas, as he has done in all previous events like this. So once again he's in a position, especially when he's looking to go 4-1 up, where he's putting himself in contention. But Barkers has made a couple of basic errors, basic errors that's cost him. Well, he would do something really stupid if he hooked himself behind the 10. And he's well away from that. And this will settle Stubb in where he may well get a bit more loose. And if that's the case, Barkers not only has to pounce, but he has to be punishing Stubb. Because these chances will come. But is Barkers going to be up to the job? And Stubb now on his own break with already a comfortable lead. And that was pretty dead. And again, the fact that it's as dead as that has made this very difficult for Barkers to get much out of it. Yeah, the odds on Barkers being successful with this are not great. I mean, you know, once the 5 goes out the way, but again, he's played a very poor shot there, and he's really struggling in controlling this cue ball. He should never been on top of this 3. But he's got the cover. And again, Stubble, is he going to call a pocket or is he just... Yes, he is. Well, that was one of the worst breaks we've seen since the update was done, wasn't it? Pretty dead. Well, 3 ball. And again, missing pots. Can't be doing it. And the mistakes are far too often. The frequency is not good in these errors that Barkers is making. And this is just playing right into Stubbs' hands. Making it easy for him. Now, can he get... well, he's dead straight. He's having a look at the 6 on the side. I don't believe he's looking at any other option. Well, that hasn't helped the situation because he's now tied up the 8 and the 9. The 8's not going anywhere. Well, Stubb could have put Barkers in trouble there, but he just wants to continually pop balls and try and stay at the table. Now he's going to be letting the missiles fire here. Trying to get the breakout. No, he's not. He's trying to get right onto that top rail. Tell you, that'll be some shot if he can get this 8 ball. Well, that was excellent. That was superb. Well, again, an unforced error from Barkers is punished. And he better sharpen himself up quick here, Barkers, or he's going to be dead in the water very soon. And he's dry. Now, can Stubb get off the knuckle and get out? This is very, very dodgy. I don't think it's on. And he's not played a good safe either. Well, this racks down to whoever gets the 1 ball. And Barkers has got to hope it's him. And that's going to squeak out. So he's, again, clearly a player who's never at home in this table. And this is just, it's asking too much to come to this 9-foot table when you're predominantly a snooker player and find your feet. And there's the blue donut again. Now, did he call the bank into the side? Yes, he has done. He may well have got away with it as well. Well, the 1 cuts into the side. Oh, is it going to hold? Well, again, he's got the cut. I think he can just drop this in stone dead weight and still be on the 3. He might want to put a bit of right English on it, or is he going to try and let it run out? He's looking around. Well, that I don't know whether the 9 ball's in the way or not. Now he's digging in. Well, nudging the 3 like that, the 7 ball was always going to be a blocker. And again, I don't know whether... Do you guys think he could have still just potted that into the side and checked it with a bit of right English and still had some sort of shot in the 3? I think he probably could have. If this stays close to the rail... Well, Stubb... I find it highly unlikely that he's going to refuse the bank on this. He doesn't look as if he's lining up for a bank, though. He looks as if he's lining up for a cut. Nope, he's running for cover, and he has to get cover because that 3 ball is exposed, and I think enough of it is exposed for Barkers to pot it. Yeah, he just did a wee bit of tweak on the cue ball, and this table has to be empty when not Barkers. Stubb. What am I doing? I'm confused again. It's that time of night. It's 8:30. It's my bedtime. The brain's gone. Now suddenly Paul's prediction's coming more to the fore. I think he said 17-7. And I think Paul's prediction's looking far more likely than anything else we thought. Was it 17-7? Well, this rolls out. He'll have it into the side. Or was it 17-5? Well, even that's still a good enough call at the moment. Let's have a quick look at the bracket. And I'm trying to remind myself who Stubb has had in this tournament. Let's have a quick look. Because everybody keeps moaning that Stubb gets an easy draw. Where the hell is he? Right, so Stubb beat Cheeky Chico 17, what was it, 15? And before that he had Jover. Well, good evening to Slim. We'll see this this shot in the one, and the reason it popped up there is because he was calling the ball. Well, Barker's back at the table with ball in hand. Just a minute. So Stubb had Jover before that, and that was going to always be comfortable, 17-6. And then prior to that, he had Mark Sharp, 17-10. And then prior to that, it was Hairpig, 17-10 in the first round. And then, of course, Hairpig had a good run in the one-loss side. Yeah, Stubb hasn't run into any big contenders in the tournament, but obviously, you know, at some point he's eventually going to. But as I say, 2 of those big contenders have gone, so he's got to fancy his chances now. Welcome back to Semi-Pro. Well, you missed the earlier match, Slim. If you weren't there, I don't recall seeing you in the chat. Well, this is where Barker's. Again, I'm going to repeat myself. You know, if you're looking at staying in the tournament, situations like this, you have to be taking them out. Now, he doesn't fancy the run out, and that tells you straight away the way he's thinking. He's going for the 110 combo, and he might regret that because he's not got the confidence to go for the run out. But it's gone in. Slim, wait till you hear this one. Guess what Cobra did during his match against Bill? Cobra shot the 3 ball. when he was on the 2-ball. There you go. Did you hear that, Bedhead? Did you hear what Cobra did? I'll tell you as well. Cobra shot the 3-ball when he should have been shooting the 2-ball. He had a brain fart. Bill got inside his head without even trying. That's true, semi-pro, but I think some of the control errors that Barkers has made already in the match, where he's did silly things, he's not been on top of the cue ball, that's got the doubt in his own mind of his ability to run the tables. Okay, he got the 10-ball, but I think there's a lot of other players in the tournament here would have gone for the run out. Well, this will get Barkers his third rack. The break goes back, oh dear. And again, you see, he's trying to be too cute on that ball, and he'd roll the table to let the cue ball run if he was in doubt. And again, that's a big error. And that's a great shot from Stubb. And that's got Barkers in knots here. Look how much of that 8-ball showing. It can only go one direction. It can only go towards this pocket. And he's going to try and hit the rail and brush it and come back up and use the 10, I think. Well, it cuts in, but my God, it's thin. I mean, I could never hit that. What a shot. What a shot. When you've got eyes like mine, you'd never hit that, let alone pot it. But he's got to deliver another one. It's bedhead territory, and he needs to watch the cue ball, because he has to get the pace in the cut for the ball to actually reach the hole. And so the cue ball's running loose. It was bloody hard for me. I don't care what you say. He's overdone it. Oh! Well, the pace took it in. And he'll be relieved at that, because he did his best to bury himself there. And Stubb played a pretty good safety. And Stubb's break, I think, is dry. And there's nothing really on here for Barkers. I mean, if he banks the one in, he'll have control of the table and could put Stubb in trouble in that 2-ball. So he's got to call the bank. Oh, Steve would have said it's an easy cut. Everything's easy when you're sitting in the commentary booth. Well, Barkers was asking for that. He should have went for the bank. Well, he's called the 3, but that's really just an afterthought. And okay, Stubb can pot the 1, but I don't think there's anything great to be gained out of that either. And that's good enough. What's more, Barkers is hampered over the 2 ball, even if he had ambitions to try and jump this 10 and 7. But he would do well to leave the 2 and 3 where they are and leave it up to Stubb. And he's not using the plus button next to your back key. If you use the plus and minus buttons, you can speed up and slow down the replay. Or if that's the case, he hasn't remapped his replay button. So now Stubb has ball in hand. What's he going to risk here? Is he going to go for the blast to get a hit? Because it's not an easy target to get to. Or is he just going to take his medicine and bury Barkers and put him in 2 fouls? Yeah, but you know, Stubb's not under any pressure at the moment. That's part of the reason. And that's a pretty good shot. Because that little nudge onto the 3 has given him the shot in the 2. And that was well done. And there's still trouble ahead on that 7 ball. Now, is he going to thump the 4 and try and get a bump and still have a shot in the 5? Because that's the type of risky stuff that you want to avoid. Or does he think he can get to that 7? I don't think he can. And not only that, I think the other problem is how do you get to the 6? You've got to be in a certain spot to be able to cut the 6. But he could use that 6 to break the 7 and 10. Well, he's got to hit this really thin. And he may well miss them. And, well, in trying to get to the 7 and 10, he's missed the 6. So Barkers lives again. And if Barkers can put this rack away, he's back in touch. And it goes to his break next rack. Now, see, this is not great. I mean, if he was to go forward, he's likely to run into the 10. He's coming back to the short side, and that's nice enough. And this is simple enough. No thought about the cue ball in terms of where you have to be, because it's going to get there. And that will do. So this is making the scoreboard look a bit more healthy in Barker's favour. And he's got the chance to narrow it even more. Breaking off in rack number 11. We are 45 minutes into this match. And one of the balls that's gone in is a 7 ball. And also the 3. Now, how does he look on this one? Well, I think if you blast this, it will go in, if you can get it. Well, no, he didn't need to blast it. That was very well controlled. I thought he had to get that a lot thinner. Now, I think he can miss the 4 and come out in between the 4 and the 8. It looks fine. What's he doing? He's got the pace. Well, I mean, the way this table is, this is a handy table because he doesn't have a lot to do, and it could settle the stomach. Yeah, retarded brother. Well, being dead straight in the 6 limits in what he can do with the cue ball here, and the cue ball's heading towards the rail, and this might not be pretty. And the angle will suffice. I think he can let this go to the rail and come out. And the pace is good, and he's settling his pace a bit here now. I think he's finding his feet. Well, suddenly, it was a break and run, wasn't it? Was it a break and run? Anyway, it won't matter. It's 6-5. And stop on his break. And the 7, well, the 2 ball did everything to nudge that 7 in. And Barkers comes to the table after the dry break with nothing on. Well, I don't mean he comes to the table with nothing on in the sense that he's naked. I mean he's got no shot, just to clarify matters before somebody picks me up in that line. He may well be naked for all we do know, but anyway, that's by the by. Well, and once again, with the push out chosen, well, he's just put himself right in the shit with that shot. And that was not clever. Well, this won't be 4 racks in a row, I'll tell you that, Bill. Because that was probably one of the worst push outs you're going to see. To put the cue ball there into a proper hole. And the one thing in Barker's safety net is that 3 ball. But the 3 ball goes into the side. But you've got to get from that 2 ball up top, where the 7 is over the pocket, down onto the 3 somewhere or another. And Stubb has done his best there to get the 3 into a more favourable position, and it is slightly better. But he's got to get to it. And trying to keep the 2 ball in the table there, which he has done. And this will be a good shot to get in the 3. Because that 2 ball is right in the pocket. And well, this is not going to be nice. And now Stubb calling Oh, I was going to see whether that was a line into the side pocket there for a kick. But he's played a decent enough safety. But I'd still be calling the 3 into the side pocket and giving it a blast. You might as well, because the way these balls are sitting, the 9 ball is a wee bit awkward if you look at it. I mean, it's off the rail. The 6 ball still goes, so Stubb is favourite for the rack now. Oh, good evening to Keith. Never even noticed him there. I missed what Steve said, what Keith said in the chat. I wonder if it's on YouTube. Let me have a look. Oh, he said his ears are burning. I can see more of the chat on YouTube than I can on my my main screen with a pop-up chat from Restream. Well, you just got to drop this in. Well, he's got a wee bit more angle. He's got a bit of left spin on it, just to get it out. He should have no problem here. Well, Barker's comeback is all over for the time being. Lead goes back to 2. The break goes back to Barker's. Now, has he been breaking narrow all night? I haven't been paying attention. Well, look at all the balls that ran to that bottom left-hand corner pocket, and then they all get in the way of one another. And Stubb can pot the 1. At best, he might have a clip off the 2 ball to billiard the 7 in. But he's trying to get right down on the 2, and the pace is pretty good. Well, I don't think he can do much else and get up the table and then play the 3 onto the 7. But this 3 ball could end up dead next to the 4. He has to be careful with that, because he has to make the cut in the 7. And he's missed the 2, though. He has missed the 2 ball. Well, that's a big mistake from Stubb. And I think, again, Stubb has taken his eye off it, concentrating on how he was going to get in the 3. But Barkers is going to have to deal with this situation, and where the 2 ball is again is just horrible. And that's no good. And how does he keep this safe? Oh, there's no way he's played this into the side. I think he's just trying to bump it past the pocket. And he's left Stubb a choice here. Stubb can push the 3 through and lock him up the 8. I think that's what he'll go for. I don't think he'll risk the combo. He'll try and nail him to the 8. And again, that's poor. Because that cue ball should have been right on top of the 8 ball. Okay, Barkers has still got a kick. No way he's getting behind the 8. And he should be calling it into the corner. Wait a minute, you've hit the wrong thing again. Excellent shot. But he's going to have to billiard the 7 in. I think he can do it off the 4. He should be calling it any second, unless he's trying to just thin the 4. No, he is calling the 7. Let's see if he can execute it. Now, it needs to miss the 5. Well, hitting the 5 maybe not have done him any harm in the sense that it's opened up the angle on the pot in this 4, but this is a pressure shot for Barkers. He gets this in. He's looking good to get back within 1. But it's testy at distance. But no problem. Now, you don't want to get into this cue ball too much, trying to go forward, because the spin will kill it. And that's worked out nice. Now he needs an angle. He doesn't want to be dead straight. Well, that's as straight as you can get. He's just got to come back and leave the cut in the 8 and probably go 2 rails at best to have the cut in the 10. It needs to keep coming back. But this is fine. He could actually pot this with a tiny bit of right if he dares. But if he just plays it plain ball and gets the pace right, he's coming back across to a kind of similar position for the cut in the 10, and the 10 is comfortably off the rail. So it's all about judging the pace, and that's fine, because that'll get there pretty much. And this is comfortable, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid and let the cue ball run. Because the only danger here is if he played this a stupid way, he could scratch, but I think we're clutching at straws. But having said that, though, he's having a good bloody go at it. Oh. I think he's trying to call my bluff. So, the break goes back to Stubb in rack number 14. I think he's dry, but he's left Barkers no option here, I think, but to go for the kick. I mean, this is got to be a kick every day of the week. I'm not, well, he's having a look around at his option, but I think he's only really got one option. I mean, that, if he gets the kick, well, he's not interested. Now, I don't think Stubb can pot that without scratching. Well, Barker's not giving any responses in the chat, so he's either paying no attention to the chat or he has him muted. Now, what's Stubb looking at here? Well, he's trying to find a gap and punch this all around the table. And he has to stay behind the 10. And he has done. And that's not a bad effort. He just called the 8 ball just in case. But he's got the most important aspect of the shot. He's got the cover. Now, Fast Eddie would have been all over this like a rash and have already jumped to 10 ball. So, clearly Stubb never saw any of the match last night and wasn't interested. Now, Stubb needs a roll. Now, how much of that is there? Well, there's more than enough to be potting the 1. Now, what does he decide to do with the 2 ball, though? Because if he punches this in firm and it needs a good firm stun, he can get across the 2 into this bottom pocket. He looks as if he's drawing. Oh, where's this 4 ball? Well, I'll tell you where it is. It's in the bloody way. Well, why he didn't... I mean, he played a big stun draw there. Why didn't he play the stun to stun across the top side of the 2? That's what's got me puzzled. I'm pretty certain he could have got there. Well, that won't do him any good. Well, what do you guys think? That shot the Barkers had there where he came back the way, do you not think he could have juiced that up and stunned across the top side of the 2? Well, the only problem ball will be the 5. But no sooner have I said that than Stubb didn't get himself anywhere good in the 3. And he's not hit a rail. Well, there's a huge fail from Stubb. Big blunder from Stubb. Trying to get the cue ball tight in the 9. He's forgot to get the 3 ball to the rail. Well, with ball in hand, Barker's big test is about to happen because he's got to get from the 4 to be able to... First of all, he wants to see the 5. The next bonus is being able to get on the 5 to pot it. So he must see the 5, whatever happens. He looks as if he's stunning in behind the 10 and 6. I think he's hit that too hard. Oh, the bump in the 6 has helped him. Now, is he going for cover, or is he going to ramp it up and try and cut this down the rail? Because this is a big shot. Oh, that's well done. Where's the cue ball? Oh! Wow. The hat missed a beat there. Well, I think Larry mentioned it earlier on when Keith arrived, or whoever else was that arrived. But Stubb had a 6-1 lead in this, and this was looked like a bloodbath. Yeah, well, it wasn't easy to get good in the 5. So the first priority is at least make sure you can see the 5 bedhead. That's a good shot. That's very well played. Well, Barkers is in the match. It's now game on. We're 7 racks all. We're an hour and 3 minutes into this match. And Barker's breaking in rack number, whatever it is, 15. But the cardinal sin in the break, well, there's 2 cardinal sins. The first one is scratching. The secondary one is not potting a ball. Yeah, 5 in a row. But Stubbs got an immediate chance to respond. However, there lies the trouble. And Stubbs trying to get a nudge there. He's missed it. This is running a bit loose. No, I can't, Semi, because that's... you'd do better with that if you were talking to a guy that was into video editing and all of that crap. That's where you've went wrong with that call, because I'm not trawling through videos to do any of that stuff. That's tedious work to do that. I'd love to be interested enough to do something like that, but it needs decent video editing software, and I'm no use with video editing software, and that nullifies that option. Anybody else, feel free to do it. I've not a problem with it, but believe me, you'd be spending hours going through all the bloody recordings in this tournament. I don't know how many 100 hours there is, but there's certainly there's a fair few hours to trawl through. Well, here we go. Big shot here for Stubb. He's called the bank, and he's going to have to duck for cover, I would think, if it goes in. And again, he's nailed that flush in the centre of the pocket. So now, what does he do? He's had a look at the 9. That 9 is extremely tight. He's now calling a billiard on the 10, so he'll be playing this with a wee bit of right English. And that was excellent. That was very well played, very well worked out, and very well executed. And the 3-ball kicks the 6 in. He's got a cut in the 1. And he can very quickly restore his lead here. He's leading by 1. And the only problem ball again is guarded by the 8, and that's the 4-ball. Well, that takes an awful lot of time, semi-pro. I mean, it really does. I mean, you think, see how I had to watch that whole match today to find the 3 jump shots that Eddie made. And, well, I wanted to watch the whole match again from the start anyway. But no. It's too much work and too much time, and I don't think anybody in reality has enough time nor notion to actually sit down and do that. I'd love to be able to have something like that, definitely, but no. You would have to start doing that after every match. So not only have you sat through like a 2-hour match, you're going to have to sit through longer than that to get the bits that you want, stitch them together. So Stubb does the obvious, as Barker's in trouble. Well, I think, seeing as you've come up with that idea, semi-pro, I think you should do that. But it's a bit late now, because we're right at the business end of the tournament. Well, Barkers will settle for that outcome. He's the little roll of the ball there. Now, has anybody ever checked the watch function in VP4 to see whether it does automatically record World Championship matches? I haven't a clue whether it does. It's probably only the final it does as well. I'm guessing that's probably the case. It will automatically record the final. But that's actually probably a better suggestion, that semi-pro. Well, I'm fairly certain Barkers was trying to cheat the pocket there. He hasn't got it though. And Stubb looking for the kick. And he's got no angle where the 8 ball is. So he's going to have to jack up and get the spin working. This is difficult to judge. And that's well played again. Judged it very nicely. Aye, it is only the final. Same for every tournament. I mean, when you think about it though, it probably wouldn't be a big ask for Steve to do that, and then everybody could crawl through it and pick out their shots if they wanted to, because it's not using any major storage. It's not like megabytes of storage. It's only a game file, which is only kilobytes. If it is, I mean, if the VP4 files are tiny, because it's only remembering the lay of the balls. Well, Stubb is going to restore a 2-rack lead here, and that attempted cheating in the pocket by Barkers in the 7 ball there has cost him. So Barkers is going to have to start again, and he can start immediately on his break. Well, oh, that 2 ball nudged the 1 into play, and I think the 5 ball has done him. But he can sneak an edge of the 1. And now Stubbs going to look to kick this 1 ball, I think. Now, can he find a line? Now, let's see. Well, he's trying to go left English. This is so difficult to judge. And that is a superb shot. That is excellent. That deserves a round of applause. And that is by no means an easy shot that he's played there. Well, that's one of the shots of the championship right there, because there's no way that was easy to judge. None whatsoever. And it's looking very likely that Stubbs pinching this rack off Barker's break. Well, Stubb won't back down from a shot. You know, he will go for his shots. And he deserves this rack from that effort. Well, Cobra's number 1 in the blooper reel. He's definitely won that hands down. There's nobody beating Cobra to that title this year. Numpty shot of the tournament. Well, Barkers has got his 7 racks that I gave him. Or did I? I can't remember now. But anyway, he's got 7 racks. Stubbs now in 10 with his own break. The break is dry. The position in the 1 is not pretty. Let's have a look. Well, I know I'm going all out for the pot in the one, but I'm looking at the line off the one ball. He's not going that way. He's trying to go the other way. And that is a pretty good effort. He's got on the spot for the two. Now the handy thing is that the four ball I don't remember that, semi-pro. Oh dear. What's he got himself into here? Well, he can't get to it. He's going to have to tweak this. Aye, that was difficult. Well, the only thing is it's finished awkward for Stubb. But he'll just want to make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the 8 and be able to see the 4 ball. Well, he's managed to hook himself behind the 8, but that's a novel way of doing it. He used the side pocket knuckle. And Barker breeze again. But Stubb will have a good go at kicking this in though. I think he'll settle for that. I mean, he couldn't have left it more awkward. I mean, the 4 does go into the side, and the 10 ball will hold the cue ball for the 5, but this is the main shot of the visit. If he gets the 4 in, he's in with a chance. And that was well done. Very good shot. Bit straight in the 5. Needs to watch if he's coming across the table though. He wants to come into the table, and I think he should be fine. Yeah. Well, this is vital for Barker's future in this match that he gets this done. Now, once again, he just has to be careful where he's putting this cue ball. The normal path is bringing it up towards this 10 ball. So he has to be fully aware of that. And he's hit it soft to make sure he didn't go near the 10. Well, all one of you guys needs to do is to PM Steve and get him to mute him. That's what I asked Steve to do the other day there. And Barkers is taking his eye right off the ball, trying to hold for the 9, and he's blew it. And Stubb get muted for 4 hours. As soon as he opened his mouth, when Steve wasn't in the room, that's what I did. I PM'd him. Thinking you deal with Stubb, and he dealt with him. So if you want him dealt with, get a hold of him. And that's a gift for Stubb. Big fail for Barkers. Well, that's definitely a two-rack swing there. Big time. And Barker's break, of course, now comes up dry. No shot for Stubb. Oh, wait a minute, that's the 9 ball behind the 5. I thought that was the one. He's got a cut in the 1. I thought that was the one. Well, the 9 and 5 pretty much dead set, you would say. So I don't think he needs to worry about that. Oh dear, the big draw, the big fancy juice up there to avoid the collision, but he's overjuiced it and went straight into the pocket. Big banana shot into the pocket. Well, again, Barkers has been handed a lifeline. He's trailing before, and he simply has to put this away. This has got to go. And he's waiting a better opportunity, and I don't know whether he'll get a better opportunity than that. I think he's worried about the 6 ball, and he's hoping a better chance. But as long as the 10 ball stays there, the 6 ball stays there, it probably won't come. Well, if he's decided the 5 and 9 don't need to be dealt with, then he can forget that. So now he's got to pot the 3, get good in the 4, play the combo in the 5-9, and get the cue ball down to bump the 10, and play this 6 ball down towards this bottom right hand corner pocket as we look. That would be the plan. That's one way of getting out, because there's no way the 6-10 is a combo, really. I mean, you're not expecting to be trying to play that as a combo, but there's still a big gap to get in there on the 6, and you can use the 10 as a stopper. So this is the big shot here, and that ain't it, I'm afraid. There's no way he wanted to be there trying to play this, but at the same time, if he plays the cut, where's this cue ball running? Let's have a look. Oh, it's looking tight, unless he does something with the cue ball. No, he's went for the bank. Well, that gets him out of that hole, but he's in no better position for running the table. He's going to try and play this 6-10 combo. Well, that all ended up like that because he finished ugly in the combo. And now he's having to try and create a combo in this 10, and this is by no means easy. Good luck with this one. Yeah, that was one shot too many, I'm afraid. And had he got himself better on that combo, he would have been able to probably get into the spot I was talking about, in between the 10 and the 6. And, well, Stubb just got to finish down below this 7, play it up table, unless he fancies leaving the combo. But he's doing the simple thing. And I think now this match is again looking to run away from Barkers. And it's self-inflicted damage, though, that's the most annoying thing when you're playing. You know, when you're actually digging the hole for yourself, it doesn't give you any better taste in your mouth. So Stubb building up the lead again, and it's now 5. And Barkers is having to go on a comeback trail, but he's now needing a lot more assistance from Stubb to be able to do that and achieve anything in this match now. And the first bit of help he's got is the brakes dry, but the next problem is the one ball's not sitting great. Very thin cut into the side. He might try to run into the 7. Well, he's had a bump in the 3 and a 2 and it's worked out. But again, this table has to go. He's got to hold his nerve. And there's those little odd shots that he's just falling out of place. There's no excuse for him here. But the first thing is getting on the 4. And I think he's managed to do that. Dead straight on it though. Pinched a wee bit. That could have went really bad there. Well, he must have an angle on the 7. It's a must. Well, it looks as if it's just going to be the big draw. Just get it up the table. Somewhere up the table will do. And down for a quick look at the 9 just to make sure. Not a problem, thin edge. And Barkers will have his break next rack. Again, got to watch the cue ball, he doesn't overhit this. It can go across the other side. And he just played it gentle. So back to within 4. And a chance to get back to within 3 if he can get a ball and a shot. And the 7's thinking about it. It's gone in. And he has a shot in the 1, not a gimme, but a shot. But this is still a test of his nerve. Because not only is he potting the 1, the cue ball's going to the side rail. And this 2 ball is in an awkward spot. It's in an awkward spot, that bump in the 4. And again, he's got himself hooked. And that's well done. That's well played. Had to spin it. Well, now, it's a cut in the side. If he wants it, miss the 6. The 4 ball comes past the 5 this way if he's going that direction. I mean, he could cut it up the table, leave the 4 into the side. I mean, that's just as simple. Right, so if you kill the ball stone dead or come back an inch or 2 like that, then you're in prime position. Well, we're just on 90 minutes for this match. little roll through. Oh, he's took the safer route, more comfortable letting it run and coming up for position. Letting it roll through is the little bit more touchier shot. You know, the surefire way is to play the comfortable shot where you're stroking the cue and letting the cue ball go through and come back up. Big margin of error. Well, that's not where he wants to be though. He's going to have to go forward because he's stuck to the rail. But it's job done, and it's a break and run for Barkers, if I'm right in thinking, which was desperately needed. And now he needs the assistance of Stubb. He's back to within 3. And this is looking very likely to be dry. And what's more, Barkers has a shot in the 1. Now let's have a quick look at this 6-9. Well, that can easily be made. But the other thing is the 6 goes into the side anyway, and the 5 is here, the 4 is here, so he doesn't need to worry about a combo. He just needs to keep his head screwed on, because all of these balls go. The only worry would be is finishing really good in this 6, that he can stun it in and come back for the 7. So let's see how he accomplishes it. But this is a big rack. Well, every rack's a big rack when you're trailing by 3, but to try and keep that momentum going, keep himself at the table, keep Stubb away, and not gift him anything. So now the important one is how good is he on this 6 ball? And he doesn't want to be on the rail, so he's got an angle in the 5. But he also, if he can help it, doesn't want to be interfering with the 9, although it might not do him any harm. Well, you see, he's finished below it, so that's fine. So now he's just got to get that little bit of draw. He's going to get this clean. And a nice little cut in the 7. He wants to come back far enough if he can. Now this, he doesn't want to be too cute with this either, because he's going to catch some of the 8 ball. He wants to come away from it and keep it in play like that. And now the test of nerve. He's got to come over this other side. He's not. He's trying to hold it for it up the table, and that was not a wise move. Not a wise move at all. Well, I wouldn't have played that. I would have took the risk on scratching on the other side, but he's left this really awkward, and this is a rack that should have been home and hosed. And suddenly there's a doubt. There is very much a doubt, but in goes the 9, and it needs to keep rolling. He's going to have to dig out another one. Well, he's had a good line with the first one, so there's no excuse for this one. Don't send it to the rail too soon though, or you'll catch some of that pocket. And that'll do. And he's got it done. Did it the hard way, but he's got there. And now he needs another roll. It's step by step. He's back to within 2. He's got the break. And the 5 ball was thinking about it, and it decided against it. And again, it's dry and Stubbs got a shot in the one. Can't avoid any sort of collision in the two. He might get a double kiss. It remains to see how it ends up. Well, it wiped its feet, but it's gone in. And the 3-ball is wide open. It doesn't go into this corner, but it goes in past the 8, no bother. And it's going to be a 4-5 combo, which is, well, as long as he gets good on the 4. Big stun draw, loads of power, but controlling the tip and the cue ball there gives the control in the draw. So a little cut across the 4 to make the 5 shouldn't be an issue. And he's going to have to dig out a 6-9 combo as well, which is, provided you get good in it, is unmissable. Well, he's going to take it long past the 7, but it's tight. If he takes it into the side pocket, he's trifling with that 8-ball. If he takes it past the 7, it's more difficult, but he's going to be fairly plumbing this 6, and that's a good shot. I mean, this couldn't have been any better to be playing this 6-9. Well, he could go forward and spin out behind the 7, but he's just got enough angle to stun. And now I presume he's trying to come out behind the 8-ball here. Well, he's got a very slight angle, but he's juicing up to go forward. 1, 2, checked it with a bit of right to stop it leaking over for the 3rd rail, and he's fine on the 10-ball. And this will ease the nerves for Stubb, because he's now got his little comfort zone, and it's 3 racks again. And he's 4 away from the finishing line. The 2-ball again was going close, caught the 5 from Stubbs' break. And let's have a look. Well, this 1-ball isn't the problem. It's the pace from the 1st rail, the 2nd rail, and back across. Now, if he finishes short, he's fine. If he goes far, he's fine. He just doesn't want to finish there or there behind the 4. And he hasn't got the 1-ball in the first place. And again, that's a big fail, because it was not a difficult cut. It was well off the rail. But again, playing in his mind was making sure he could see the 2. Stubb going for the big blast here, or is he trying to duck? He's not getting crazy, is he? You see, that's stupid. That is really stupid. And I'll tell you what, though. That is very, very tight. I don't think there's room past that. But there was no need for Stubb to be trying something like that, because Barkers has done something like that, and Stubb's going to look a fool doing some shots like that. and think he's going to get away with it. There was no need for having a blast at that one. He's trying to get to the finishing line sooner than he needs to. And this is awkward for Barkers because the 3 balls locked behind a wall of balls here. And that's maybe found a gap on what it has done. And Stubb is going to live to regret this at the end of this match if it goes pear-shaped for him. Because he's doing daft things there. The first really stupid thing that he's done is gifted a chance for Barkers. Barkers has still got to get the job done, I'll grant you that. But that needed something a lot more sensible than trying to cut something silly into a corner pocket when the 1 ball's pretty much on the rail. It was just daft and asking for punishment. But this 7 ball is going to be the potential stumbling block. And he's overjuiced it. And so he's got to play the cut and get into the cue ball. And he's going to leave an awkward 7 as well when he does. I mean, if he goes forward, he's in a very dangerous situation of scratching if he does that. So he's got to get this cue ball, the cue stick, right into that cue ball. And that's as good as he could expect from there. So this is make or break in this rack for Barkers. This is not easy. And the question is whether he's going to get anything of that 8 ball. Well, he has done, and he'll take it because he's got a shot. But look at what he's got. He's bolt straight, and this is asking for a big stun draw. Is he going to try and pinch anything here and do anything crazy? I don't think so. I think he's got to jack up. Well, we talk about the stun draw, and that's perfect. And Stubb should be kicking himself and should be giving himself a slap about the head with his artificial arm, for that matter, because there's bound to be metal in it and stuff like that. And bring him to his senses, because that was stupid. Yeah, get the bionic arm out and give yourself a belt round the back of the head, Stubb, because you look a proper numpty after that. I mean, Stubb's sitting with a comfortable lead and doesn't need to do anything stupid. And what does he do? Straight out of the book of don't do anything stupid. He does the first thing. And now Barkers is at it because he's scratching the break, left the table wide open here, and may well be gifting it back to Stubb. And this is exactly what you didn't want to do. And it's not going to be an easy run out. But Stubb's going to give it a good go. Try and redeem himself for that last rack extravaganza that he tried. So the 5 ball, not a problem. And again, the handy thing is having the 5 ball where it is. Now, if he was playing the 5 ball from there, he'd be laughing because he can just drop through the short side of the 6. But unfortunately, he's still got to pot the 4. Now, if he can get in a similar line, and I think he's a bit short. So now the other option is coming this side and far enough and not doing what Fast Eddie did last night and putting loads of left on it and bumping into the 9 and hooking himself and having to jump, which he did, and he still potted the ball. I remember that shot. Well, Barkers committed the cardinal sin. He pinches the rack off Stubb and he breaks in the next one and scratches in the side, and this is painful if you're Barkers. And Stubb now takes it back to a 3-rack lead. And it'll be his break as well. So a 14 racks to 11 lead in this race to 17. Stubb's break is once again dry, but this time Barkers has got no shot whatsoever on the one. Well, he wants to be careful what he's doing here because, again, he doesn't want to be put back in. I mean, he wants to play something that might be a tempter to Stubb, but obviously the chance that he's going to be put back to the table, but he doesn't want to give himself no chance for doing something daft. And he may well still be put back in here, but that's not a bad push. But Stubb, well, once again, Stubb is calling the one. He's going all out again, needlessly. If he's playing this pot, he's trying to be a hero. And, well, he can thank himself that he's actually left this as it is. But this is a pretty good combo for Barkers. Yeah, 14 racks to 11 Stubb leads. And this is just gentle to keep the one ball in play, and he has done. Now, he's got to... I think he's fine. He's not going to hit the 5. I don't think he's going to hit the 5. He's cutting this thin enough where he can avoid it. And just big distance, but still needs a big dig to come back for the 4. Didn't want to run into it and doesn't want to go too far up the table. Now, let's have a look at the path from there. Well, he's coming into line. That is pretty good. Although he's dead straight, I think. No, he's got a little angle, so all he needs to do is just go forward. He might want a wee bit of right, or he's happier coming back. But he needs to watch the draw. And also make sure he comes out behind this 8 ball. Because he's got to go 2 rails here, I think. Well, once again, this is the second rack where Stubb has taken on a shot that he really shouldn't have been taken on. Far too ambitious. And he's given opportunities to Barkers twice. And the first time round, Barkers took the rack out. Stubb recovered to win the next rack. And now he's gone and done something similar again, where he's taken on just a bite too much. And Barkers again is staying in the match because of it. And I think Stubb is just worried that Barkers is hanging in long enough. He's actually getting it wrong in both accounts. You know, he should be playing the sensible stuff. He's trying to win from the front, which sounds a bit crazy to say. But you've got to know your limitations. You've got to wind it in. And Barker's now, that bump by the 3 ball has done him a huge favour, because he's in far better shape now, having potted whatever it was, the 5 ball in the break. He said the bump by the 3 onto the cue ball, and that's put him in much better shape than the 1. But there's trouble ahead, and he can have stubborn trouble as well if it comes to it. So right now, Barker's is favourite for this rack. Once this 2 ball goes in, and the 3 ball goes in, the 4 ball isn't going in, not that side. It goes in from the short side, as Barker's going to be playing down here to try and get on that 4. Well, from that angle, he won't be. But like I say, if you can't get good on the 4, then you should be good enough to put stubborn bother. Well, a little dink, a soft feathered dink on the 4 to use the 6 and 8. Now, has he left any of that showing? Yes, he has, and that's a fail. Stubbs shouldn't have been able to see any of this. And you know what Stubbs like. That 4 will go in off the jaw. It's extremely tight. But you know what he's like. Now, what the hell's he called there? I mean, the 4 and 6 are a combo. But what did he call? He's called the 4, but is he trying to cut it back into this corner? Off the rail? I'm not sure what he's... No, he can't get enough of the ball to do that, I don't think. Well, he's tried the bank, and that is superb. That's a brilliant shot. And he's on the 6. Well, he's played the shot there to win the rack. That is definitely going to secure it. And that's now going to stretch his lead to 3 again. And Barker's running out of time and running out of racks. And once again, the other problem, it's now going to be Stubbs' break to try and get to the hill. Well, in the overall context of the match, the 2 stupid things that Stubbs done are probably outweighed by some of the cracking shots he's played. He's played very solid. Barkers has just fallen short of the mark, particularly in the earlier part of the match. I mean, it isn't over till it's over. But it's always going to be a tall order when you're trailing by 3 and your opponent needs 2 and it's alternate break. And Barker's ducking away, and it's not a difficult hit for Stubb. It's got to be a lot tougher than this. And he's trying to bank this one off the left rail into the other side pocket if he can get it. Well, that wasn't in the plan. So that's a missed call. And that 2 ball squeezes past the 7. But the problem is that where Barkers is stuck with this cue ball, he's in two minds what to be doing here. Well, this is it's got to be kept safe, and that will do. Once again, though, it's an easy hit, and he might be calling the 6 here. He hasn't called anything yet, but he's not, because he's just trying to roll onto it. This is an awkward one to try and keep safe. So again, Stubbs going hell for leather here. He's called the 2 into the bottom left hand corner. Needs to watch the cue ball in the right side pocket. And that was another excellent shot. And he's just going to have to dink this in. He's fine on the 4. No worries there. And he's certainly making a run for the finishing line now, Stubb. Well, in the whole of the tournament, this is the best he's played, with the exception of 2 stupid shots, which is a good prospect for Stubb. But he's going to have to be playing at a similar level in all the remaining matches, however many they might be. And I think now he's knocked the stuffing out of Barkers and seen him off. The only criticism is he's Stubb just trying to get to the finishing line a bit too soon, and Barkers has got 2 or 3 more racks than he probably deserved. But fair play to Barkers, given those opportunities, he has taken them late on, but it won't be quite enough. So a reminder to everybody before you all go running away, we have the big clash of the wannabe champion, Spectre Dawn, and the multiple virtual world champion, Albinario. Albinario from Sweden, Spectre Dawn from the UK, and they have their match lined up for tomorrow night at the same time. 8 o'clock British Summer Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock Central Mountain Time, whatever it's called, and noon Pacific. And Stubb now can see the finishing line. Barkers has got one last chance with this break to put one more on the board. The 4 ball goes in. The 7 ball had a think about it. The cue ball is on the 1, and the 3 ball is in the way. And this is not a rack that's going to be anywhere near good to be trying to run out. I think if he pots the 1, he's got to be looking at locking Stubb up here, one way or another. Well, Stubb could play the cut. He could call the combo in the 7. He can cut either way. He might be looking to go a couple of rails, 2, 3 rails to go on this to play the 2 onto the 7. Well, Stubbs now down to his last extension. Unless he's disconnected. No, he hasn't. Well, this pace in the cue ball looks pretty good for the two into the opposite corner pocket. That was an excellent shot. So now we have to look ahead here. The 6 and 10 are no good. The 2 is dead straight. He's trying to bump stuff to improve position. He's now knocked a 10 ball into play, which blocks the 5-8 combo. And it might have to be a 5-10-7 combo. Not the 5-8 combo, it was a 5-7 combo. And this is not great in the 3 either. So here we go. A 5-10-8 ball combination shot. I presume that's what he's playing. Yeah, he's had a blast and it's gone in. And the 5 ball is in play. And what's more, he's got a choice in what he does here. He can go across to the left side of the table, come in towards the 8 ball. Or he can try and drop the short side of the 6. And he's not got there. Well, again, he's not going to refuse it. He's going to have a blast. He could easily just tuck this 6 ball towards the 8 and run for cover. Anybody that's sensible would do that. Well, Stubb doesn't have sensibility most of the time. Because he'll do stuff like that to stay at the table. That was some shot. And the 9 ball's a doddle compared to that 6 ball. But he's heading right for the finishing line. Mind you, I'm forgetting about the 8 ball, wasn't I? I was doing a Cobra, I forgot about the 8. Oh, he's overcut it. He's overcut it. Well, sooner or later, you know what they say, you go to the well once too often, it's going to come up dry. Well, this is going to need the big VP4 draw. He's dead straight. But anywhere on the right side, he's got a cut in the 9 for one more rack. Watch that side pocket though, he's fine. Well, another little testy angle. Quick look to double check it. And the break is now Stubbs for the match, leading by 16 racks to 13. It's a lot closer than we all predicted. But it's still a big, tall order for Barkers. Well, Stubbs came up dry. Barkers doesn't really have much of a shot in the 1. There might be enough of it to cut the 1, believe it or not. But he'd be a brave man to do something like that, considering where the 2 ball is. There's absolutely no point in it. Or is he looking at... no, he's not. He's just looking to where he's going to push. Well, he doesn't want to give any encouragement to Stubb, and this will give him encouragement. He's putting the bait out for Stubb, because Stubbs going to take this 1-9 combo, I think. But again, what's the advantage? He's not interested. He's going to try and lock it up because the 2 balls tied away here. And he can see the 1. And you can see enough of it. And the same again from Stubb, although this time he's hampered over the 3. Just to try and nudge this 1 ball through. But the chances are Barker's going to have a half decent kick in this 1 ball. Well, maybe not now. You can certainly get it from the far rail. And there is a path for it into the pocket. Well, he's called the 10 just in case. I still think he'd be better calling the 1 ball. Now this might finish behind the 6. It might finish nailed to the 6. And Stubbs not happy. But once again, I don't think he needs to be really alarmed. Bear in mind where the 2 ball is. There's no combo or nothing on there. Now what does Barkers do? The 6 ball is in the way of a clean hit into these 3 balls to try and get lucky. And he's got to come down towards the 4. He's got to draw this down towards the 4 so he can at least see the 2. He's not seeing the 2 from any other part of the table. He's got to get down here. And then what does he do? I mean, he can't get the 2 ball away from there. The 7 ball's holding the 2 ball. He's got to try and dink back behind the 8, I think. And that's well done. Well, let's see how Stubb gets out of this. I mean, this is good luck. And Stubb needs to watch the shot clock. He's having a good look around, which is eating up his time. And he's now down to his last extension. He gave it a good go, but that was really, really tough. But the big test now for Barkers is to hold his nerve, because the 4 ball's handy for the 5. The 5 goes clean past the 7. He needs to get nice on this 4. And ideally wants to be fairly straight in it. That's good enough. Now again, when he's playing the 5, he wants to be nowhere near the 7 when he's playing it. He wants to be coming away from the 7. Well, it's straight, so it's just a straight draw, unless he bails out and runs through, because he's not hitting the 7. He can roll through if he wants. Oh, well, that is not what I can't believe he wanted to finish there. I mean, he's left himself with an awful amount of pain to be dealing with here at this stage in the match. This is not nice at all. Okay, I mean, he's cutting it up the rail. He's trying to stun onto the 7. And he didn't get into the cue ball. He needed to get a hold of the cue ball. And he just went to the rail and came back out. and that's maybe it may be just his last shot he's about to play, unless he can get a lucky kick in on the 7th, which I think he's called into the bottom left-hand corner. And if he doesn't get a lucky roll, it's all over this time for Barkers. And it most certainly is, because that is it. And well done to Stubb. He's played very solidly, played some great shots, couple of stupid ones here or there, but on the whole, his best performance of the tournament. Well, this is leaving himself work to do, but again, it shouldn't be any issue. Well, Barkers has fallen short, but he's had a good run so far. But don't forget though, I mean, he's still in the tournament. He's just moving over to the one-loss side. And well done to Stubb. And I think he's now got his confidence boosted with the loss of Cobra and Bedhead, and he fancies his chances even more. So Barkers now moves over to that one-loss side. And from there, well, this is about to update in a second. It's still showing Stubb in 16, but it's about to update. And when it updates, Fast Eddie is going to know who he's playing. It's going to be Barkers moving through to the one-loss side. And there it is, confirmed. And, well, Fast Eddie must fancy his chances there as well. So, Barkers is good enough to be causing Fast Eddie problems. That should be a very good match to watch as well with those two guys. Of course, the other thing is like the match tonight, there's a big time zone difference between the two of them. So hopefully it's on my day off. The deadline for it is what is it, the 25th? What's today's date? Is this the 18th? So there's a week to get that match played. I'm sure within that time spell that they can get something arranged one way or another. But in the meantime, as we look at the bracket and as we move up, we see that Stubb is through. And Stubb is waiting on the winner of the match between Albinario and Spectre Dawn. Bill is waiting on the loser of this match tomorrow. And this match goes ahead tomorrow night at the same time, 8 o'clock British Summer Time. Well, it's congratulations to Stubb. Credit where credit's due. Very solid performance. Couple of stupid things he was going for he shouldn't have. And well done to Barkers for hanging in for the most part. But I think he lost that early on, really, where he was trailing 6-1, got back into it. I think he got it back to all square. And then it drifted away again, and Stubb just kept his nose in front, played some great shots. You have to admit it, he played a good few shots. And Barkers did well to sort of stay in touch for the most part, but it's now a big step up now, as it is for Eddie and Barkers on the one-loss side, because they're now the outsiders for the tournament, really, if you still go by what's happened in the past. But Stubb is still an outsider from the point of view that he has not won anything in these big tournaments, and neither has Spectre Dawn. So there's 4 guys who've got the chance of winning this, and the one biggest obstacle of all is Albinario, who won't give things up easily. So this tournament is simmering and coming to the boil, and it may well do that tomorrow night. So I hope you all can join us thanks all for your company. It's been enjoyable. It's been a long stint. How many minutes is that? 275 minutes, whatever that is in hours. 6 4s are 24. Well, that's 4 hours, isn't it? Now, the best part of 5 hours or something along those lines. I can't count, but somebody can work it. I can't be bothered at this time of night. But I've enjoyed it. Thanks again, guys, for joining us. And make sure you can be there tomorrow night. Make sure, if you can, to get it onto my YouTube channel. It'll be on the playlist, as will this one, which I'll do in a few minutes' time. And I will bid you good night, and take care, and stay safe, and we'll see you again soon.
Where's the cue ball going?